Hey everybody, hopefully you guys can hear me and you can see me. Just gotta get this set up here. Let's see. So if I move, nope. Oh, shoot. Hold on a second, guys. Alrighty, I'm always doing this, it seems like. There we go. Okay. There we go. Alrighty, so I should be able to see everyone's comments okay. And hopefully you guys can see me okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. So we're going to start off, you guys. Hopefully I sound okay. Hopefully the stream looks better because I have been setting this up for the past 2 hours. So again, hopefully that looks all right. So we're going to do May 18th through, well, just May 18th and May 19th is what we're going to be focusing on for these first readings here. So join me and let's see what we can come up with here. All right, let's move this over. I'll be shuffling. Hopefully everyone is having a good day. And again, let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me know if I sound okay. I should, but I don't know for sure. So let's give this a shot here. Okay. Hey Liz, how are you doing? Hopefully the stream looks a little bit nicer. Shouldn't be as grainy, hopefully. How was your weekend, Liz? Awesome, awesome. Yes, indeed. Mine was as well. Mine went very well. So it was just relaxing, which we all need. I always do that on the weekends, as much as I can. Made some banana bread. Really good banana bread, actually. And let's see, what else? Basically just chilled. We did make some banana bread. I'm a Taurus snake, so when I chill, it's pretty much non-mobile, kind of a chilling. Kind of sit back, relax to the extreme, but I like it that way. So, okay, let's do this here. Okay, so let's start off here and let's just get it going. So the cards should actually look a lot better when I hold them up. So if I hold up a card, you can actually see what it says. You can actually see the person. Oh yeah, the banana bread was really good. And these cards will look a ton better. Let me focus. Okay, that's what I'm excited for. The cards look a lot better. Let me shuffle these ones again. And then we'll just get right into it. We will go May 18th and May 19th. But let's do the 18th first. So, let's see what we got here. Okay. Even without glasses, so you're not wearing your glass. Well, hopefully you can actually see the cards. That's the whole point. But let's put these down. So let's do May 18th for the generals. And then let's see what comes up here. All right, pile 1 and pile 2. What are you thinking? Pile 1, pile 2? Hey, Sefwa, how you doing? 2, okay. Let's go with pile 2. Let's see what we get here. So, pile 2, we have community in reverse. Okay. First chakra, Archangel Michael. Looking stunning as usual. Then we have the Tower card in reverse. Kind of hard to see the actual part where it says Tower, but that's where it says Tower. Okay. Tower card in reverse, and then Page of Coins also in reverse. So normally Page of Coins would look like this. It's someone frolicking. But now we have this. So Page of Coins is in reverse. The Tower is in reverse. Community is in reverse. And First Chakra Archangel is upright. The only way I would read this is we could be establishing boundaries for ourselves or for other people. And there could actually be some pretty major pushback. People could be looking at getting out of our lives. We could be excluding friends or family, people that don't necessarily believe in our vision or our dreams or something that we want to accomplish. When I see the Tower in reverse, though, to me it feels like we don't know the reasons why we're doing this for sure. Like we're trying to figure out why we would want to alienate ourselves. But when I see the First Chakra Archangel Michael, this card, okay, when I see this card upright, that to me says that we're looking at definitely starting something new, starting something very strong, foundationally strong, but other people may not understand what you're doing. So I use this for, like, you could have a side hustle, you could have something you do on the side. Other people will not understand what you're doing and may actually put you down for doing it, but you need to keep striving and keep doing what you feel is right. Even, okay, and this is an important part, even if it is a mistake or if it is something that you do fail at least you tried something. That's more than a lot of people do. Trying something just in itself is such a powerful thing to have. So I feel like this is a really good start. When the Tower is in reverse, though, we need to know, okay? We need to know why. We need to know why we are doing what we're doing, okay? Otherwise, why are we doing it, right? So all of these cards point to me, we got to start something. We got to understand the reasons why we're doing what we're doing. And psychically, let me see what I can pick up here. So psychically, if we're starting, it's kind of like if you take the root chakra, which is the first chakra card, right? We are establishing a new foundation. Other people will not understand what that means for us. They don't have to. We are the only ones that have to understand what this means for us. Okay? If other people have a problem with how we live our lives, then let them have a problem with it because we're not doing anything wrong. It's, other people's interpretations for how we should live our lives. That's not something we want to be under anymore. So I view this as a good thing. You're standing up, possibly setting some pretty strong boundaries. And if people want to listen, it's no longer up to them. They're going to listen. They're gonna hear what you have to say. And if they have a problem with it, then they don't have to be in your life. But that's what I'm seeing here. So I view this as really going out there, starting and striving for something, and not holding back, not letting yourself be someone who has to have permission to be themselves anymore. So to me, I view this as a really good situation. But let's look at pile 1, see what we get here. Take these here. Yes, indeed. Hold on 1 second. Okay. And if you guys pay through any of those, please let me know in the chat, except for Super Chat, because I can see that. But in any of the other ones, because otherwise I will not know. Unless I check my phone. Alright, the temple path. Gotta cover up my face. This is the temple path. This is what it normally looks like. Okay. However, it's in reverse here. So let's do this. We have yin yang in reverse. Okay. Then we have the 7 of Cups in reverse. Okay, normally that's what this card looks like. Alright, and then we have Death in reverse. Okay. This is some powerful energy here, and this is showing, I feel like a lot of us could be going through a spiritual awakening process, just because when I see the Death card in reverse in pile 1, and then I saw the Tower in reverse in pile 2, what this means to me is we are resisting change. We're no longer allowing ourselves to go with the flow. Maybe there's too many directions, and we don't know what to do anymore, but I do sense that there's a tendency to be stressed at this time. So this would be for Tuesday, this would be for tomorrow. There could be a lot of stress, there could be a lot of choices that have to be made. And the reason why I say choices is because we have this card, 7 of Cups in reverse. Okay, so the 7 of Cups in reverse is about lack of choice, or the seeming lack of choice. 7 of Cups upright is a choice card. So this to me is feeling like we don't have a choice in the matter. We don't have a say kind of in our own lives. And when I see yin yang in reverse and the temple path in reverse right here, when I see these two cards in reverse, then I'm feeling like that to me is a sign that we are no longer listening to our spiritual nature. Instead, we're probably allowing the ego to step in. We're probably allowing something else to call the shots for us, if you will. So what I view this as is we're trying something new, but we're not necessarily, again, it ties in with the Tower card situation. To me, the Death card and the Tower card both are similar energies because both represent change. The Death card is kind of a change, it's a transformation, and in my opinion, I feel like it's a little less harsh. Sometimes it's kind of like the death happens, there's a mourning, and you kind of go into the next phase, right? With the Tower card, it's kind of like you don't get that. The foundation crumbles under your feet, and you're meant to kind of go from that kind of angle, if that makes sense. So what I see here is that especially if we're starting a spiritual practice or if we're doing something, we need to keep going, and we need to allow ourselves to kind of look foolish. We need to allow ourselves to be the amateurs. We need to allow ourselves to understand that just because we're starting something doesn't mean we have to give up something else or we have to give up a part of ourselves. We can actually carry all of this with us on this journey. So let's go into Wednesday. Okay, let's do the Wednesday generals. So you guys get to decide pile 1 or 2. I'm going to be shuffling the cards up here. Let's shuffle these up and see what we got going here. Okay. Shuffle a couple more times here. Another shuffle. These are really good cards. I love these ones. The Fountain Tarot, you guys. I might be looking at getting more tarot decks in the future as well. I've already got several, but you can always use a little bit more. All right. One more shuffle for these ones. Okay, almost there, you guys. And let's see here. Okay, we'll start with pile 1. Okay, this is for Wednesday. This is a general for Wednesday. See what we have here, you guys, pile 1. This is good for Wednesday. We have Blossoming Abundance. Okay. Walking Away. The Queen of Swords. Let's have it focus. So that is the Queen. It's kind of hard to see with that. Queen of Swords in reverse. And then the Page of Cups in reverse. So Page of Cups in reverse and Queen of Swords in reverse. Emotionally, on Wednesday, we are feeling, well, we could have actually a couple feelings here. So Page of Cups could be, okay, here's what I would view this as, okay, for number 1. We have Blossoming Abundance, and we have Walking Away. All right, so this could mean that things are happening that are good for us on Wednesday. Possibly, you know, maybe we're feeling more respected, or maybe we're just feeling a sense of like, I've got this. We feel like things are under control. But when I have the Walking Away card with the Blossoming Abundance, we could be walking away from abundance, and that to me would be instead walking towards possible self-sabotaging, because then we have the Page of Cups in reverse, and then we have the Queen of Swords in reverse. One of them is about feeling, the Page of Cups. The other one is about thinking, the Queen of Swords. So when both of these are in reverse, our thinking and our feeling could be off by quite a bit. There could also be people that are either a water sign, Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, or an air sign, Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius. Okay, and these people could be not very nice people in our lives when I see this. So there could be walking away from a situation that no longer serves us, but there could also be something where we need to stop listening to these voices that say they know the best for us, and kind of listen to our own voice. Because at a certain point, as we get older, The only person's opinion that really matters is our own, and we need to own that. We need to understand that um, without our input, there would be no us. There, we need to kind of honor that connection with ourselves. Some people will tell you what's best for you, but ultimately it's up to you to decide what's best for you, and don't let anyone else control your life, because it usually doesn't work out very well. All right, so let's move on to pile number 2 here. Again, this is Wednesday's Generals. Okay, let's do this. All right. Move those ones over to the side here. Okay, so here is pile 2. Attachment in reverse. I view that as a good one. So attachment in reverse, to me, that's like getting out of an addiction or getting out of a relationship where the other person didn't necessarily value us for what we were worth. When I see attachment in reverse, it's getting away from something that doesn't serve us anymore. So that's a good card to have. 6 Chakra Archangel Metatron in reverse. We could be doubting our abilities to see things clearly. Okay? We could be doubting our abilities to trust our own intuition. So we could be walking away from something, possibly a relationship, and maybe we don't think that that's the right thing to do. Maybe part of us is screaming not to do this, but another part of us is like, we have to. It's no longer healthy for us. It's no longer a good place for us to live anymore. Then we have the 9 of... This one is the 9 of Wands, I believe. It's kind of hard to tell. 9 of Wands. So you look at the wolf here. He's not feeling too happy. Okay? The 9 of Wands is all about kind of like you feel like you're cornered right here. Pretty sure this is the 9 of Wands. There's arrows hitting the wolf. I don't think this is the 9 of Swords, even though it kind of looks like it. But regardless, this card right here, this is telling us that we need to trust what's happening to us, okay? For instance, I'll show you the wolf again, because the wolf is sitting here, not sitting, he's angry, or she's angry. You can see the blood on her fur. You can see the blood going down her paw. This wolf is cornered. It doesn't want to be in this situation. So I feel like the reason why you're doing what you've done, possibly escaping a relationship that no longer worked for you, or getting rid of things that no longer worked for you, even if other people didn't understand it, you did this because you had no choice. It's kind of like when push came to shove, you're like, okay, I'll do it. I don't care anymore. I don't want to feel I don't want to be in pain. I don't want to feel this way anymore. I'll try something new, right? So that's what I'm feeling here. Then we have the 8 of Coins in reverse. Okay, so this is what it looks like this. Okay. So the 8 of Coins, if you look there, he's assembling a cube. So he's putting the pieces there, and he's getting ready to assemble this cube. So when I see this in reverse, 8 of Coins upright is normally a card right here. And the card represents... Thank you, Liz, for I appreciate that. The card represents studying and kind of mastering the craft. When it's in reverse, though, it could be that we don't know exactly what we're doing, and maybe we feel foolish when we're doing this. When I see this, to me, it can be professionally looking foolish or not wanting to look foolish professionally, but we need to get out of a situation that doesn't serve us, and there's nothing wrong with getting out of a situation. Sometimes we attach our ego, we attach identity to the situation that we're in, and that makes it more difficult for us to leave. It doesn't mean that we were necessarily wrong to do so. We're learning. We're trying to learn the best we can, and sometimes the best way for us to learn is to make the mistakes and to understand what that looks like, and to not sit there and beat ourselves down. The fact that we made a mistake is good because it shows we're growing. If we never make mistakes, then odds are we never try anything new, and we've stopped growing as people. So in my opinion, when we're focusing on kind of achieving self-mastery, the best thing we can do is to keep trying something, even if it seems difficult. There's no reason to not try something, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so with that being said, let me move these cards over here. And then we will do some energy exercises here in just a second. But I will be right back. So just give me 1 second and let me do this really quick. Hi, Christine. I have had a great day. How's your day been? Just gonna take a drink here. No problem, Christine. So we're gonna do. Hey, Lady Libra, how you doing? Oh, okay. Just put this up here. So I'm thinking right now here for a bit, we're gonna do some little bit of energy work here. this. Let's move these over. I want to incorporate this a little bit more on the channel here and get that going. Hey, buddy, what are you up to? Little cat friend here is getting some chow, so hopefully he gets what he needs. Alright guys, so what we're going to do here, if everyone's okay with this, we're going to do some kind of group energy work. Is everybody okay with that? Well, thank you very much, Lady Libra. I'm about 3 days a week I'm doing this now, so it's actually been going pretty well. I feel like it's been a while since we spoke last, but things have been going well, so yeah, thank you. Hey, Rachel, how are you doing? I am doing great. How are you? Thank you, Lady Libra. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Sorry, Rachel. No free list this time around. There may not be a free list, but we can do some energy work together as a group and kind of raise up the vibration, so to speak. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I figured that's what you meant. Because staying as ling as you can would be impressive, because I have no idea what that means. No, you're good. You're good, Christine. Thank you for coming by the channel again. Okay, so when we're focusing on feeling energy, or when we're focusing on kind of bringing in that energetic kind of feeling, or that nature of energy, the main thing we need to focus on is realizing that in this universe, in this kind of play, typos are ugly. They can be. Typos can be ugly, and I do the same thing. I'll make a typo, and every part of my soul wants to correct it. Every single part of me wants to correct it, and I do. And it bothers me if I don't, so I understand. But when we're feeling energy, it's very quantum, meaning that it's kind of this energy that when it's observed, it changes a little bit. For instance, when we acknowledge someone's story, or when we tap into something for somebody else, that generally is healing for the person. Energy is quantum. That's kind of what I'm talking about here. Through just observing something, energetically, psychically. Your name is Christine too. Man, okay. That is confusing. You know what? So Christine and Christine. I'm not even kidding. There's at least 3 or 4 other Christines, and to say it gets confusing is in itself confusing. So, I need to. There's a Christine H. There's a Christine A. There's another Christine H. Then there's other. Anyway, it's a process. But as we're kind of focusing on this energy, this kind of it's kind of like a way of being, right? If we allow ourselves to just observe something and not step in and not label it or not try to do anything, it becomes a lot easier to understand what energy is. As soon as we label it, we take away the magic of it. Humans have to label because of the ego. We like to have labels. We like to have names for things because as soon as we do that, we can identify it. The mind or the ego does not like to have things that are unidentified. That frightens the ego. Hence why I feel like science is there, hence why other things are there. So in this, I'll call you Lady Libra, she'll be Christine, and that'll be good. Or I could call Christine Curtis Cece, I could do that too. Might make it a little bit easier. But yeah, keep it simple. I will. Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. It's from The Office. case you guys were wondering. But that one, I will keep it simple. Hey Maria, how are you doing? But like I was saying, so feeling energy is a huge part of this kind of work. And when we're doing this kind of work, we have to allow things to happen. Otherwise, we're blocking connections, right? I was going to say, if either of you, or if anyone is interested here, I've got this that you guys can check out. Hold on one second. Maria, you need to get feeling better. That link that I just posted is to my Patreon. If you guys appreciate my work, you can check that out. And it starts as low as like $3 a month if you would want to help support the channel. So if you guys want to, you can check that out, and we can go from there. But that's just something I'm trying to get started here because I'm eventually wanting to do some pretty high quality stuff for the YouTube channel. And it's going to take some time to get that built up, but as soon as it is, we can kind of start phase 2 and 3 of Angelus Chiron. So it's up to you guys, though. We move as fast as that can grow, but I think we can turn it into something. Anyway, so as we focus on feeling energy, the only thing we have to do, okay, the only thing we have to do is let it happen. Then our job's done. We step out of the way as much as we can. And we let ourselves feel whatever it is we need to feel. And by me saying whatever it is we need to feel, we let ourselves kind of go through something. We don't label it as good, bad, this or that. We try to just allow ourselves to feel. When we feel something fully, we're in the present moment. When we're in the present moment, that allows us to really understand everything from that point onward. If we're in the past, we're not fully present. We don't fully understand what's going on. If we're too far in the future, again, we're not present. We're anxious about an event that hasn't happened yet. Christine, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Very kind. Ooh, there we go. Thank you, Christine. Okay, so awesome. Okay, so for 3 future questions. Okay, so not this time, but probably another time you're watching. Yes, thank you very much. We can definitely do that for you. So I will put you on this list here. Just in case you have to run. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Well, I really appreciate that. That helps the channel immensely. So I'll move that over here. So with that being said, has anyone had any experiences with energy, with kind of feeling energy, or with maybe doing Reiki or doing energy healing or anything like that? Because from there we can kind of talk about things. If not, though, that's okay. I just put that out there. And there we go. An empath. Ah, yes. Okay. So that is a good one. That's a good one. Generally, in my opinion, that's kind of where it all starts, Christine. So When we talk about being an empath, we talk about feeling other people's emotions, and sometimes that can be kind of tricky to deal with because when we're feeling someone else's emotions, we can make it so that maybe our own emotions aren't a priority. Since I was little, I could pick up on the emotions of others. Okay, perfect, perfect. So would you say, Christine, do you get drained if you're like out in a big public space? This away for right now. Ah, okay. That's good. That's so kind of a compassion energy for everything, which is good to have, but it can also be exhausting, right? And when we're talking about this kind of energy, it really is exhausting. It can be something when younger, very shy. Exactly. So, in my opinion, the empath kind of goes through a few stages in their life, but the first one is going to be, and I feel like this could be wrong, but you can tell me. When we're talking about an empath, generally these can be people that are like people pleasers at first. Like it's hard for these people to, and I'm one of them, to set boundaries for themselves or to do something for themselves because they feel like they're being selfish when really what they're doing is they're setting boundaries or they're doing something because you can feel right, exactly, Christine, because you can feel the emotions of everyone else around you, it becomes harder to understand what we're feeling because we haven't necessarily checked in with ourselves to see how we're feeling. We've checked in with everyone else, right? And when we check in with everyone else but not ourselves, that can eventually lead to resentment, which leads to burnout, which can kind of drive us crazy. And we can also be in a situation where someone else doesn't necessarily understand us, and they don't understand that we can kind of perceive things at a different level, right? An empath is kind of like emotion 3.0, if you will. It's being able to feel something, it's being able to feel the things that are unsaid, it's being able to try and do that. And so, the best analogy I have for this is that an empath is a sponge, right? And a sponge doesn't care what kind of water it's absorbing, it'll just absorb it. So if you drop a sponge in a puddle, it's going to absorb that puddle water. It's not going to be clean. It's not going to be anything like that. It's going to absorb that water, though, because that's what a sponge does. An empath, when we're starting out on the empath journey, that's what we're doing. That's kind of what we're doing. We're just absorbing everything that we possibly can because we don't know what's us and what isn't. So it's kind of like, if you want to imagine, it's kind of like this. So if I go like this, and I'll show you kind of an example. An empath has an energy field that's kind of like this. Okay. So this is the energy field of the empath. All right. So you'll notice there's two dots, or there's two circles, two half circles, one going up and one going down, and you're wondering, okay, that's the energy field. What about the middle? The empath, there is no middle. Usually not when we start out, because we're given this kind of test where energy can just kind of freely come and go as it pleases. Other people's energy, it doesn't matter. It can just be like this. And so I'll show you what I mean here. So every little part here that you're seeing that's fuzzy, okay, that's you trying to translate other people's emotions and trying to explain them. That's you trying to do that. It doesn't make sense. The thing an empath has to do is they need to have an energy field that looks something like this. Where it's contained, right? So when we're looking at something like that, where we have a contained energy field, that's when we can actually be our strongest. Because at that point, we know what is us and what is not us. If we're people pleasers, especially, we're very like high alert, and we try to read people's minds and try to guess what they need before they ask us for it. This will in turn lead to mental exhaustion. And when we set boundaries and we try to understand ourselves better energetically, we can actually become a lot stronger that way. But it does take time. So, Christine, does that make sense, what I'm saying so far? Hopefully that does. Okay, perfect, perfect. So that's something, Christine, exactly like what you said. Generally, people that are empaths are people that are in solitude a lot. I know I myself am a solitude person, 100%. I am the hermit card always. See you, Christine. You have a good one, okay? Thank you again, and I'll keep you on the future reading list here, so. Have a good evening. Okay. Okay, so I will be back again here in just 1 second. You guys kind of just stay put or do whatever you need to do, and I will be back. So give me a second here. Okay, I am back. So, as I was saying, no need to worry. I talk about this stuff all the time, and I will be teaching it eventually, be having a class and stuff where people can learn mediumship, psychic ability, anything that we can think of. I'll eventually be establishing stuff in the future, but for now, I'm just going to be talking to people that are interested. So, yes, all right. So, I want to do some energy feeling, some presence, just kind of bring our presence to the now. which is what energy feeling is all about. So that's what we're going to focus on here for just a second. And from there, we should be able to just sort of allow ourselves to calm ourselves, allow ourselves to breathe, be in the present moment. So let's try doing this really quick here. See what we can come up with. Hold on one second. Let me see if my incense is still... Okay, yeah, we're good. All right, so I have our trusty Moldavite right here. I have to cover my face for you guys to be able to see that. Pretty nice though, isn't it? It's a pretty nice stone. Okay, so we're going to take this. We're just going to focus some energy. If you guys want to, you can do this with me. You don't have to, but it's just a way to kind of give presence to the situation. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on golden light. Okay, I use gold because it has that kind of same energy. It's got like that sun or that solar energy, right? And so as we start to focus on that, I just want you guys to imagine it kind of enriching you, coming into us. It's almost like sunshine if you want to imagine it that way. But this time we're focusing on having this sort of radiating sun energy inside of us, and it's sort of coming out. So let's focus on that and see how we feel with that. So let's start here. Okay. Okay. So let's do this here. It's definitely kind of a collective feeling. There's like this resistance, right? And our job with resistance, when we feel it, our job with resistance is not to push back against it. Our job with resistance is to allow ourselves to feel the resistance. It's kind of like if you imagine fighting fire with fire. It doesn't work. The whole world burns. So when we are feeling resistance when it comes to energy, if we're feeling resistance when it comes to life, instead of pushing harder against that, if we allow ourselves to observe it, sometimes that's the best course of action. In the entrepreneurial world, of course, that's a different story. But in the spiritual world, if we push back against resistance, we're creating more resistance. We're creating ways that we can feel ourselves kind of getting sick going down that path. Okay? And so resistance is kind of like the spiritual way of saying, well, slow down, let's observe. And the reason I'm saying that is with this energy that I'm feeling now, there's resistance. Okay? Whether it's from me or it's from the group, that doesn't matter as much, but if there's resistance, then the way we work with resistance is we don't fight the resistance. Otherwise, we just become more resistive. Does that make sense? It's kind of like holding on to a bar of soap very, very tightly. It's going to slip through your fingers. The ego likes to resist, and it likes to think that if it fights that resistance, that's going to be where it will be successful. It's not the case. it actually creates more problems. So does that make sense what I'm saying? That's something that I feel we need to focus on more, is that when there is such a pushback, when there is so much resistance towards something, maybe we need to observe why there is resistance. Instead of trying to barrel through it, instead of trying to push through it blindly, maybe we ask ourselves, why is there resistance? What is causing this resistance? And generally, turning something into something else causes resistance. A situation that normally would not be without the observer making it so can cause resistance. So, for instance, if something bad, quote unquote bad, is happening to us, we can say that it's not happening to us. We can deny it. And by acting with denial, that creates resistance. That creates a sense of pushing back energy, being like, no, this isn't happening, and then trying to convince yourself why it's not happening. When we are no longer in resistance to what it is that we want in life, we can actually get it. But we tend to look at life either with rose tinted glasses or with a sense of not quite understanding the full picture of it. Hold on one second. Okay. So hopefully so far that is making sense. In some things it's good to push forward, it's good to do that, but especially in psychic ability and things like that, it's not best to push forward. The softer we can be with psychic ability, the more accurate we can be. The more accurate we can kind of tune into the information. The energetic connection when we're focusing on psychic ability is very soft. It's a very gentle nature kind of a feeling. But when we're talking about trying to read that information, that's also a soft act. Almost, you could almost view psychic ability like when you're connecting with someone psychically, like you're reading a really, really old book, and you don't want to turn those pages too hard because it can rip. It's kind of like that sort of energy. When we're focusing on psychic energy, when we're focusing on psychic awareness, we need to be soft with the energy. We don't tense our muscles. We don't close our eyes really hard and try and get something. We allow the information to come to us, and the way we do that is we can ask, and that usually works. There's other ways to do it too, but asking is one of the ways that we can get information. When we're talking about psychic ability, asking is perfect because the thing that we're connecting with is the person's aura. It's the psychic part, right? However, when we're talking about psychic ability, okay, for those watching here, does anyone know the difference between psychic ability and mediumship? Because that's kind of an important part. We have psychic ability, okay, and then we have mediumship. Psychic ability, if you want to imagine a photograph, psychic ability is the background of the photograph. So if you imagined me right here, you took a picture of me, psychic ability is my background. That's what we're focused on. Basically, everything that is in that moment in time or in the past, a person's story, that's what psychic ability is picking up on. You're picking up on the person's aura, their energy. That's what we're focusing on. With mediumship, it's very different because the energy we're connecting to is dynamic. It's alive. It's not a static kind of thing. The energy with mediumship is very much present moment, kind of pay attention to me now, because it is a living spiritual personality, right? And so that is very different from just psychic ability. And you can ask questions with psychic ability and you'll usually get answers, right? But with mediumship, it's a little bit different. You can ask questions, sure, but it's just like in real life. If you were trying to be friends with someone If you're trying to get to know somebody, do you just bark questions at them? No. You get to know someone naturally. However, with spirit, there's not necessarily a natural connection. So yeah, Lady Libra, mediumship is more like channeled messages. Absolutely. But also you're tuning into something that is alive. And when I say alive, I don't mean it has a body. I mean it did at one, well, not necessarily. You're tuning into something that has this unique presence, and it sort of brings you into the now moment. Um, you can call it channeled messages if you want, but it's more along the lines of, in my opinion, bringing through personality, bringing through evidence of someone's passing, or bringing through that, like an evidential reading, for instance. So if someone's name was Matthew, they died at 56 of a stroke or a heart attack, right, or something like that. That's evidential mediumship, and I'm not getting that psychically. I'm getting it from the spirit. I'm connecting to that spirit, and I'm able to bring through a message of a person named Matthew, who was maybe a brother to the person I'm talking with, and so on and so forth. So a medium's job, and I'm learning this because I'm still very much in the learning process, a medium's job is to be able to give evidential, kind of an evidential reading, showing that life does exist beyond death, kind of a thing. So evidential readings with mediumship are hugely important. The psychic part, evidential stuff, is hugely important in that too. Right, here and now, absolutely. So that's kind of where we're at with this. Okay, perfect, perfect. So mediumship is, like I said, it's bringing through the spirit personality. Okay, it's bringing through the evidence, the connection to the person, the loved one, maybe a story, maybe a memory. That's what mediumship can do. You can bring through a memory, you can bring through a story. Maybe you help someone find something, or maybe you help someone do something like that. Depending on how good the medium is, it can go and extend into a bunch of different directions. But for now, that's what we're focusing on. So mediumship is just that. So mediumship, you're giving presence to the spirit. Now, when I say you're giving presence to the spirit, I mean it in a couple ways. I mean it in one way, you're giving presence, you're giving your presence to the spirit. Another way, though, that we can actually give a gift to the spirit realm is for us to be curious about the spirit that we're connecting with. So curiosity, right? Curiosity is like the opposite of fear energy, and that's something that we have to have moving forward. So if we want to get good readings, if we want to do something, it really helps if we can be curious about the person's story that we're picking up on. Psychically or mediumistically, curiosity is something that helps us connect with psychic messages or with mediumistic messages. Does that make sense? How curiosity would play a part there? I'm gonna take another drink here. That's kind of the whole deal that I'm talking about here, is that sense of allowing things to happen, allowing things to unfold, so to speak. With anything with psychic ability, it's very different from other abilities that rely on the physical senses, right? But it's also something that's interesting. So, what do we have to do to see something? What do we have to do to see something? We just need to open our eyes. For most of us, we can just open our eyes and we can see stuff, right? And that's kind of the same way with psychic ability. For some reason, and especially in the West, we tend to focus on force, kind of a brute force approach to things. And that doesn't help us. That does not help us. It actually hinders us greatly. So we don't have to strain to see, most of us. Sometimes we have to, like, close our eyes. We have to, like, look close to see if there's something there. But usually you open your eyes, you see. And the same with breathing. We don't have to strain ourselves to breathe, again, most of us. We just allow ourselves to breathe, right? I don't have to think about using my hand. I can just use my hand. With psychic ability, it's the same concept. It's another part of us that's just right there. We don't need to put that much force into it, but for some reason people feel like they have to put force into it. They feel like they have to really try, they have to really, and that is, in my opinion, what blocks a lot of the connection, is the ego mind coming in and trying to control the psychic ability, and you can't. You have to allow the psychic ability, or the mediumship ability, either one, to be soft in its approach. You can't force something like this. It does not work that way. So, is everyone understanding that so far? Okay. Let's see if that's too funny. Oh, okay, so we have this as well. Okay, so I've got a little note here that I'm going into. This kind of explains things a little bit. So when we're looking at, mediumistic information, okay? So mediumistic information is conveyed by living personalities in the spirit world. So they call them living personalities or spirit personalities, but that's kind of what's left after someone has passed over. There is the personality that's still there. That's something that we can identify, and that's something that we can understand because we knew that person. Usually the person that we're talking to knows the person that is in spirit. Sometimes it could be a great grandfather, it could be someone that was distant, that didn't necessarily know the person. But in evidential mediumship, what we're trying to do is bringing through evidence of the spirit personality still being very, very much alive on the other side, just not incarnate anymore. They are discarnate. So they are a spirit. Incarnate is human. You have flesh, that kind of thing. Discarnate is a spiritual kind of entity that we're speaking with. Doesn't mean they're gone. It just means that they've kind of changed forms, so to speak. So psychic information. We've kind of gone over this, but let's just touch on this for a second. Psychic information is obtained from the energy fields or the aura of those living in the physical or the energetic atmosphere of a physical location or material object. So that being said, so there are psychics, and generally if you want to be a very good psychic, there's tons of practices you can have. One of these is called psychometry. Has anyone heard psychometry before? It's an interesting kind of phenomena that I can go into a little bit. Okay, so psychometry is the act of being able to, so for instance, let's do this. Like, what's something I could use as an example? Oh, hey Molly, how are you doing? Okay, so psychometry is this. Okay, I'll give you an example. I have a watch, okay? On this watch right here, my energy is in this watch. Again, I'm trying to find that camera. My energy is in this watch, right? So if I laid this into the hands of a psychic or a medium that was really good, really proficient at what they were doing, what they could do is, and let's say I had passed on, right? So they could either use my glasses or my watch or whatever, something that I wore. I'm doing good, Molly. I am doing good. But they would tune into the energy of me through the link that these physical items had to me. Everything is quantum, and psychometry is just being able to read the energy from someone through an object, right? So you're picking up on other things. And that it's a powerful psychic ability. It's something you can learn in time. Now, people or other psychics or mediums can actually, if they're good enough, if they've got their ability good enough, they can use things like watches or glasses to even find people that are missing, right, dead or alive. But they can find a person that's missing through an energy link through an item. It depends on how the psychic or medium wants to work, but psychometry is about that. So you're able to tune into the energy of something, and I'm gonna do a little exercise when I launch my class, right? And we're doing that. I'm gonna do an exercise that shows how we can use psychometry because we're gonna focus on developing everything. Hey, Moon Honey, how are you doing? But psychometry is being able to pick up on the presence of energy from objects. And you, like I said, so this someone would maybe get some hits. They'd get some energy, but this, okay, people are using my glasses. So if I had my partner take my glasses to a medium, they would be able to get much more information from my glasses. I would feel I wear these all the time, so there's a huge energetic connection with my glasses, right? And that still would be there even after I am no longer on this plane. But that's part of it. That's kind of part of the connection here. So now we come into kind of an interesting place. So we can learn a lot through um, different psychic ability. It's different. Okay, give me a second here. So actually, since we're going to be doing this here, we haven't had just kind of a thing here. So hold on one second. I'm going to go grab my other uh, laptop, and I can kind of go into some stuff for you guys. So just give me 1 second. Okay. Yep, my PayPal works. That is news to me. What the hell? What are you doing, PayPal? You shouldn't be working. Thought my PayPal was on vacation. All right, Moon Honey. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll add your question here. Or hold on. I'll make a little list here. So let me do this. Can we talk about this for a little bit longer, Moon Honey? Are you going to be around for a little bit? Because I'm talking about the mediumship and the psychic. Ugh. How they kind of relate to everything. So we had... Okay. And then we have this here, so let me do this. Okay, perfect. There we go. Oh, getting all sniffly. So, like I said, let me go grab my other laptop here for just a second. Moon Honey, are you love this stuff? Okay, perfect, perfect. So let me do that. I've got my notes written here. I've got something a little bit better than notes that we can kind of go into. Okay, first thing I want to say is this. Welcome to the club. Awesome. We're getting a bunch of people interested. That's what I love. Okay. So I will enter teacher mode. Let me power off. Come back on. All right. Teacher mode activated. Let's do this. Let me go grab my laptop. Hold on. Let me do this. Okay. All right. So let me go into this here. So each time, well, we've talked about some stuff regarding mediumship, but there's some things we haven't talked about, and I will mention those here. Like I said. So let me close out of these windows here, and then let me open up my stuff here. Okay, so okay. So we have these different. I made some slides, right? And I'm gonna go into this here. So just give me 1 second, you guys. Hold on. Hey, Alexandra, how are you doing? Okay, so when we're talking about um, mediumship, right? Have you guys heard of development versus unfoldment? Have either of you guys heard of those terms? Because either one of these is pretty different. It's kind of like talking about a similar process, but we're dealing more with the mechanics of the process, if that makes sense. Because that's what I have right here. So this I'll show on the screen. We have development versus unfoldment. Okay, Molly has heard of that. So development, well, I'll just read this to you. Okay, guys, so sit tight and I'll read this to you. So we have, so development is external, okay? So when we're talking about development versus unfoldment, development is external, which generally means that we kind of have a say in it, but it's other... Anyway, I'll just read this to you. So, development is external, mechanical. When I say mechanical, the reason why is because it is a process of doing something more habitual or taking part in a process of sorts. Okay? It's it's logical. Okay? So this is an interesting part to mention. So when we're talking about connecting, we don't just allow ourselves to connect and that's it. We kind of have to allow ourselves to take part in the process a little bit, especially if we're developing as mental mediums. Okay, if I've talked to you guys about that before, mental mediumship is kind of the basis where people start from. That's one of the forms of mediumship. That's not the end all be all, but that's one of the forms of mediumship is the mental side. Okay, so let's see. So it's logical. Okay. Without the logical part, developing would fall apart, simply because we need to structure our development. As humans, our minds work best with a structure of some kind when learning or developing a new skill. So this is hugely important, as it says here. When we're learning a new skill, it helps to be structured, right? If I want to learn to be a painter, if I really want to learn to be a painter, if I want to understand the basics of it, I mean, you can pick up a brush and paint on a canvas and kind of see what comes of it, but there's techniques you can learn. There's things you can do to make it so that you can kind of really speed up your progress, so to speak. So this is sort of allowing the ego mind to come in a little bit and make sense and make a structure for us to sort of learn from. We shouldn't stay in this phase, but it's good to have something to help us sort of understand what we're learning and why we're learning it, right? So development, well, okay, like this. Development is taught and it has teachers, right? So taught or slash a teacher's effort. Basically, a teacher or a mentor of some kind helps this process along by providing guidance and possibly classes. Whether these are online or physical, we can learn a lot. Okay, so this is a huge kind of deal here when we're talking about developing mediumship, when we're talking about developing these kinds of skills. Okay, and it is a skill. Mediumship, psychic ability, they are skills just like anything else. It takes time to learn them. Uh, and it's rare that someone is born with the gift and it's super powerful. It does happen, but most of the time it's kind of something that we can learn and develop ourselves. So this is an important part too when we're developing. We need to take time and we need to realize that taking time is part of the process. Taking time, development takes time. No other way to put it. It takes time. Trusting your guides takes time. Learning the ins and outs of spirit communication takes time. Okay? Be patient and kind with yourself always, but especially with development. So that means that we don't get to play the blame game anymore. If we're not getting information, if we're not doing something, I still do it too. I beat myself up because I couldn't get information that I was looking for. But it doesn't help to do that, right? Spirit's communicating with us. We're blocking the information. Spirit isn't blocking the information from us. We are. Water plus phone. Hey, Alexandra. Okay, so that's kind of what we're looking for. So now we have unfoldment. So I'll tell you what unfoldment is. Okay? Unfoldment is internal. Okay, and I'll explain what that means. Most of the work happens energetically on the inside of our mental world or the soul level. This is spiritual instead of mechanical, as this is about letting your guides help you develop. This is an internal process. Our guides are attuning our energy and getting us used to communicating with the other side. Okay? All right, is everyone following me so far with what I'm saying? Okay, good. Good. Okay, so then we have this. So, awesome. Lady Libra's following too. Okay, so This is a sacred thing for us as mediums. Our spirit team is meeting up with us. Let's turn up the brightness here. Our spirit team is meeting up with us and realizing we want to give ourselves into this process. Because of this, a lot of unfoldment feels much more effortless, because spirit is working with you more directly and usually with less resistance. Usually because you have decided you are ready. You have decided you are ready for this, and to take the proper steps to understand the spiritual nature of our reality. So what this is saying right here is that when we're ready to work with spirit, spirit will be ready to work with us. It doesn't work the other way around. If we're waiting to spirit to come in and, do whatever they need to do, like they need to slap us across the face and say, hey, you're a medium, that's not going to happen. When we awaken to that process gradually. Oh, you're good, Alexandra. So, Alexandra, what I'm doing now is I'm talking about mediumship and how we develop psychics and mediumistic kind of mediumship energy. So I'm talking about how to do mediumship. I'm talking about how to bring about that kind of skill set, I guess would be what I'm trying to talk about. But I'll take questions. I'm still taking questions. That's why there's this on the bottom. Yeah, there we go. Lady Libra gets it. I'm in teacher mode. Nothing breaks me out of this except for something that distracts me very easily. In which case, what's that? No, I'm just kidding. But that's kind of what I'm talking about. I definitely will be taking questions. I just enjoy this part. Okay. So everyone's getting it so far. Development versus unfoldment. Because I'm lost. I have no idea what we're talking about. But no, I'm just kidding. But that is something that's important, because when we're talking about development versus unfoldment, there's two ways the soul, there's two ways the soul learns, in my opinion. And we can also have it be like this. Unfoldment is with our spirit guides. Development can be with other physical people. Okay? If you want to look at it that way, we can do it that way as well. I'm glad, Alexandra. I'm glad you find it interesting. So hopefully that makes sense. So then let's go into this. This one right here is hugely important. Everybody that's watching this right now, I believe everyone has mediumistic / psychic potential. So let's talk about this, okay? What are the correct reasons for wanting to be a medium? Okay? Just write down some of the things you guys are thinking. What would be a good reason for wanting to be a medium? I'm going to take another drink because I am a thirsty boy tonight, but don't let that stop you from writing. Oh, man. Okay, good one, Moon Honey. Hold on. So, to bring people comfort and closure for sure. Okay, right there. All right. You got one of the reasons. Does anyone else have another reason why we would want to do this? And that's a good one, honey. That's Moon Honey. That's a big one. Because there's a couple, and the one here, well, Moon Honey actually touched on 3 different ones, kind of in the same sentence. Okay, so she touched on love and compassion. To bring people comfort. So love and compassion, or to bring people comfort. Okay. To me, if you're trying to comfort someone, there's love and compassion there. So those two go hand in hand. To help others was another one. And I guess being of service as well, right? But there's two other ones here that I feel like are pretty important when we're talking about mediumistic development. So the other ones, unless someone wants to take a shot here, I can just kind of rattle them off really quick. The other ones that we're talking about are feeling called to do this work. Okay. So when we're talking about feeling called, it doesn't mean that you were necessarily born with the ability from birth. Like, it can be anything that gives us that calling. It doesn't have to be, I was 3 and I saw my dead aunt's spirit everywhere, and now it can be very mundane, and it can be something that we're in our 30s or our 40s or our 50s and we're thinking, I want to try mediumship. Okay. That's what I mean by feeling called. It doesn't have to be this huge grand gesture. And I talk about it all the time, light shooting out of your butt and then things happen. No, usually it's a very subtle thing, but there's a strong reason to want to do it. So to provide closure and to comfort people is huge. That's a huge one. Okay. So then we have this one, which is really important. Okay, this is the main reason why we do evidential mediumship, or why we would want to do evidential mediumship. The main reason, besides helping people to feel comforted, is to prove survival of bodily death. Okay? When we prove survival of bodily death, okay, what does that look like? What does that look like? That would be someone bringing through a piece of evidence, meaning it could be a memory. It could be that this person was your brother. It could be the age they died. It could be how they died, issues that they had going through their life. Okay? Maybe addictions to certain things, or maybe certain issues that they had going on in their life. Being able to pick up on those. Okay? So these right here, these are all important things to consider when we're talking about mediumship, when we're talking about getting answers for people. So, and this is another important part here, the medium is not, the medium is the one that's usually blocking the answers from coming to themselves. Spirit, in my opinion, they're always giving their all. Our spirit guides are always trying to give us their all, and helping us to understand the questions and helping us to get answers. But sometimes we're blocked into the information that we can receive because maybe that life lesson that Spirit is trying to bring through for that person, we ourselves have not learned yet. So it's important for us to keep growing as people so that we can understand lessons, and so that we can understand kind of what's going on in our lives. Sometimes we block ourselves off from certain information because we haven't learned those lessons yet, or because it's just not our time yet. It doesn't mean we're doing it wrong. Okay, this work has a lot of room to grow, for compassion, for us to feel a sense of belonging with this. We need to allow ourselves to experience it day by day. And what that means is that we need to allow ourselves to make mistakes. We need to allow ourselves to realize that it's not a perfect process. And even the really good mediums, I've had more than two, but I've had two really good mediumship experiences. Hey Elizabeth, how are you doing? And of those two really good mediumship experiences, those mediums did not get everything right. They tried, but they made some mistakes. It's not about finding someone who doesn't make mistakes. It's about finding someone who keeps trying to connect and keeps trying to get the heart of the issue. So we're not supposed to be perfect as mediums or as psychics, but we're supposed to be able to give information, right? So that's an important part. Okay, so right here. I am doing well, Elizabeth. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so what would be the wrong reasons for wanting to develop mediumship? What would be the wrong reasons, guys? Yes, Elizabeth, I am still taking questions. I'm in teacher mode, as Lady Libra would tell you. I am in teacher mode. I'm ready to kind of crank out some teaches, and then I'm going to go from there. Moon Honey is the person on the list so far. If you want to donate, you would be after Moon Honey. But I'm just talking about this for a second because I figured we could. And I feel like you guys are interested in learning about the ins and outs of mediumship and psychic development. At least a little bit, I hope. So anybody, could you give me the wrong reasons for wanting to be a medium? Awesome, good. I'm glad you guys find it interesting. Self-gain, yeah, Moon Honey, that's a good one. Vengeance. That's a... Lady Libra, vengeance is an interesting one for mediumship. Makes sense, though. I would say, okay, Elizabeth says, I would say money, personal gain, trying to fix someone for yourself rather than them. Okay, perfect. Okay, so all of those touch on different but similar aspects. So the wrong reasons would be, okay, fortune, right? It's not wrong to make money from doing mediumship. However, it's wrong to exploit the fact, right? Hey Amber, how you doing? Okay, fame is another one that we're talking about here. But uh, Moon Honey, Lady Libra, and Elizabeth, you guys all touched on the other ones. Okay, so we have fame, fortune, right? There's nothing wrong with being a famous medium. But if that's the reason why you're doing it is just to be famous, that's wrong, right? Because then your intention isn't to help people with loved ones that have crossed over. Your intention is to bolster yourself. And self-gain is what Moon Honey said. So that falls in that one. Okay, so fame, fortune, power, okay? Control, to feel important is another one. So if I'm doing a reading and I'm like lording it over people, or if there's something like that going on, a really good medium should be just a regular person. In my mind, you should not be, uh, you shouldn't be a guru. You shouldn't be anything other than you're just a regular person, but you're able to give accurate messages from spirit. That's a good medium in my book. Okay, you're just kind of a regular guy. And if you're like me, you're very eccentric and weird sometimes, but mostly you're a regular person. Okay, so that's what I'm. Okay, so you guys did good with that. You guys touched on kind of what I was talking about here. So, so far, does that make sense, you guys, with everything we've talked about? Perfect, perfect. Okay. All right, let me stretch here. We'll go over this and then makes sense. Yes. Okay, perfect. Because this is something that's really important for us. For me and Moon Honey and Molly, and I don't know if anyone else does readings or does like spiritual things, but when we're talking about developing, there's nothing wrong with getting paid. There's nothing wrong with getting paid for your gift. No, not at all. But when there's something to be gained beyond that, power, control, fame, when our desire to help people has become perverted by power, by money, by whatever it happens to be, then we're no longer kind of in control of that. We're trying to move through the process without necessarily understanding what's going on. And because of that, I feel like the spirit, when we connect to them, we're not going to get that good of information. Spirits want to work with people that are open and that have their loved one's best interest at heart. So if you're kind and curious with the information that you get, you're going to connect a ton better than someone that doesn't. But there are mediums that, and this is an important part too, there are mediums that are not good people, but they can still be great mediums. It sounds awful, I know, but it just depends. Hey, buddy. Yeah. 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 I hear you. I hear you. My cat was telling me a story. Sorry, guys. he hypnotizes you with his meows. He's just that good. Okay, so I'll talk about this here, and then I'll kind of be done. I need to start addressing questions. I feel like, but he's a talker. He is a talker. He's been a good buddy of mine. Me and him have conversations all the time, don't we, buddy? Hey, Yoshi. Yeah, buddy. Meow. 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 Yeah, buddy. What's up? Okay. All right. So let's go on here a little bit more. He loves. Oh, Elizabeth donated. Okay. Let me go here. Let me put you down here. All right. So we have Elizabeth. Okay. So let me talk about this, you guys, and then I'm going to address Moon Honey and no, you don't. No, buddy. I know. You're a good boy. We'll meet up later. We'll meet up. Okay, so here's what we're talking about. Cats are amazing, you guys. I love them. I really do. Yeah. Okay, so the ego and mediumship. All right? So let's read this and then I'll get to everyone's questions. Okay? So the ego and mediumship. Like everything else in life, balance is hugely important. And with mediumship, it's all about balance. Okay? So this is actually pretty important. When we're talking about mediumship, we're talking about balance. We literally are talking about being the connection between two worlds. Okay? We have the spiritual world, which is where my cat is, right there. And then we have the human world. We have the physical world. So when we're talking about these two worlds connecting, the medium has to be kind of a clear vessel for that information, right? So anyway, let's go on a little bit further here. Mediumship is a creative expression primarily of communication with spirit. Okay? I say primarily because there's other ways we can use mediumship, and I'll explain that either tonight or in another time. The only way we can communicate with them effectively is to listen actively. When I say actively listen, I mean to listen with our whole bodies. Okay? Spirit can communicate in some very different ways to what we are accustomed to. We will elaborate further on this in just a bit. That's what I wrote down. We probably won't tonight, but at another time. If we are only listening with our ears, we will miss much of the message that has been given to us. So how do we go about doing this? First, we start by quieting the mind and allowing ourselves to trust the connection process. However, this can prove difficult because of our egos. All right. So the ego here is important to have. However, the ego makes a great worker, but a very lousy boss. Okay? This is not the person you want in charge of your company. This is not the time. The self, or the higher self, needs to keep the ego's lower survival instincts in check. Again, having an ego is natural and not a bad thing. Still, if we have too much ego, it makes us a very unbalanced individual. Okay? When we are working as a medium, it is our sacred duty to uphold what being a medium means, and what this means to me is being able to serve others with the love and compassion that is needed to inspire others to heal and grow, and for others to get evidence that their dear family member or a friend or animal companion is just as alive as they ever were, both out of physical body. How do we know this to be true? Because of evidence that can come through from the spirit realm. Thank you, Amber. Okay, So that is on the ego and mediumship. I will address some questions here, and then if there's time, I can go back into kind of story mode here. But for now, let's get into the questions, okay? Because the next part up was the different types of mediumship, and then I was going to show you some pictures that are pretty fascinating. But again, that can be for another time. So I'm going to put this back, and I will be right back, you guys, okay? So give me just 1 second. Okay. So Alexander says, "I'm sorry, but in my opinion, there's no good reason for wanting to do this just because you want it. I think that this is the kind of inevitable things that you want to hide slash deny or not." I can see where you're going with that. I can see that, Alexandra. For me, I feel like there's reasons to do it that are motivated by love, and then I feel like there's reasons to do it that are motivated by greed or self-importance or wanting to be over that. Okay. I personally believe that people can develop it. Alexandra, that's my stance on it. And so I believe everyone has it. It just depends on the ability that they have. They want to use it or if they want to develop it further. But it's a soul expression. I've said that many times, and that's what I mean by soul expression. Is it's kind of how people, well, express their soul. It's a different kind of gift, you know. So okay, all right. So Moon Honey, um, we will see what comes up, Moon Honey. All right, let me see what I can get here, and we'll go from there. So let's try this out. Okay. Okay, so yeah, keep it objective, right? We'll see what we can come up with here. So Alexandra, it's just something to help people structure their ability so they can learn it. Like if someone pays for singing lessons, it's to help them understand the structure, a way they can be better at doing something like that, or vocal warm ups or something like that. With spiritual abilities, it's the same. You can learn and you can improve through practice. But you have to know what you're practicing on because this is kind of an invisible world. So it's good to have structure and to be able to practice it. Okay, so let's see what I can get for you, Moon Honey. Hmm. Okay, so Moon Honey, is this master guide that you sent my way? Is this master guide? Do they do energy healing or do they do anything like that? The first thing that came up was the word miraculous. So I feel like this guide deals with possibly healing. There's something here with this guide, Moon Honey, that I'm picking up. It's a power. It's a sense of power, but it's like a quiet. Um, it's not an intimidating power. It's like a building up. Right. You feel it's male, very ancient. Okay. So the first thing I got, besides, so this healing male, okay, this energy that I'm getting, I did feel like it was male, but it felt more like it was. Yeah, ancient is a good way to have it too. I wrote down cestus. Um, they are, well, they are. Let me. No, hold on one second. Okay, yep. So you feel it's male and it's very ancient. So a cestus is a very powerful kind of weapon. It's like iron knuckles, but it was way back in the day, and it was kind of a gauntlet that men would wear. So this warrior kind of vibe. So what I got first was the cestus. I got this ancient warrior vibe kind of energy, but I don't feel that this energy is just warrior energy. I felt like this energy has healing potential too. So it's male, it's a masculine presence, but it doesn't present itself in a harsh way, right? It presents itself in a soft way. It can be very strong, but it prefers to not come off as very strong. It doesn't need to flex its muscles to show you the power that it has. Does that make sense, Moon Honey? Let me see what else I can get. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so his energy as I'm connecting with him, it's like an excited kind of energy. It's putting a lot of it's kind of like it puts this pressure on my heart, but it's not a bad pressure, if that makes any sense. It's kind of like there's this energy or this atmosphere around my heart when I'm focusing and I'm blending with this energy. The other thing that I feel, I had it for a second. What was it? Oh, shoot. Hold on one second. So it feels to me with this energy that right, that's what I got. Is there's the healing energy. It's ancient. It feels strong. There's power here, is what I'm feeling. A sense of coming into your own dominion, a sense of power, but it's like this entity will let you use their power. This entity will let you use their skill set, so to speak. So that's what I'm feeling here. So that's good. That's a good sign. There's let me see what else I can get here. The one thought completely left. I had it, but I think the main message you wanted to get across was that sense of pressure in the heart, but not in a bad way, in a sense of like healing, providing healing, flipping that switch, so to speak. So it's from this guide right here. I feel like we're hearing that these abilities are gonna come in. It's gonna take some time, but it's supposed to take some time. This energy that you're tuning into, you're tuning into it. It's tuning into you, right? And it's learning how to work with you, and it's learning how to blend with you. Um, but that's what I feel like it's trying to say in these kinds of moments. You're expanding and you're growing, which is great. But in order to keep expanding and growing, we need to allow the process to take where it needs to go. So it could be if you have 10 minutes a day where it's kind of quiet, and I mean, it can be anywhere, but set aside maybe 10 minutes a day and just allow yourself to feel the presence of this guide. Allow yourself to feel that energy. Good, good, Moonlight. Good. Perfect. So that's good. That's good. You're starting to open up in that way. Allow yourself to keep opening up, and also it's important, Moon Honey, if spirit keeps coming to you, I know it's really cool, especially at first, to um, be in this kind of environment and to have spirit come to you, but you can say, please leave me alone, I don't want to work with you right now, or just step back. You can set kind of the limit, because I've had spirits come in and interrupt my sleep. If we set boundaries, it makes it so that we can sleep and we can like live our normal lives. I know right now it's probably just a cool thing to be able to feel it, but boundaries, just like in real life, you wouldn't let a random stranger come into your house. This is kind of the same thing where we don't let random spirits come to us whenever they please. We kind of set times, or we work with boundaries, would be what I would say to work with. Because then it gives spirit an avenue to express themselves at the appropriate time instead of hanging around you constantly. Does that make sense, Moon Honey? Oh, okay. I figured that's as a coolness, right? Cool breeze. Okay. A coolness, a cool breeze. I figured that's what you meant, like something kind of like an atmospheric, not fog, but like a breeze kind of, but it wraps around you and there's energy in the breeze, right? There's like an atmosphere to the breeze. There's like a, maybe there's a little electric feeling, or there's like a feeling of excitement because it's that breeze, it's that energy. I think I understand what you're meaning there. Okay, so let me see what else I can get here though. Hmm. That's good. You're having instances happen where you can work on building boundaries. I feel like that's why those kinds of things happen. You can work on building boundaries and make it so that you don't have to experience that. Especially, let's say you're having a day that's kind of difficult, right? And then a heavy kind of spiritual experience is coming to you. That's not, that's not the appropriate time for you to have that. We need to kind of be at a stronger place, and then we can focus on helping other people with their spirit, or the spirit people with their kind of issues as well. But that's good. It sounds like you actually are connecting very well. So this guide right here is saying this. So the two words that I get from this is blending beyond the ordinary. So what I feel with this is that this guide prefers to communicate with you not necessarily through your five senses, like your five physical senses. It's more about a psychic connection, especially right now, mediumistically. The intention just to connect in itself is going to be super powerful for you to expand going forward. It's almost like the caterpillar when it's getting ready to enter the cocoon. And that's where I feel like you're at now. You're the caterpillar, the cocoon is starting to seal up, you're getting ready to seal the rest of the way up. But during the process of the, let's call it the unfoldment, or whatever else it happens to be. Okay, Catherine, I can look at that. Thank you for your donation. I'm sorry to hear that. Uh, Let me put you down here. Okay, let's do this. All right, Catherine, I'll look at your question here. After Moon Honey, I think I'll bump you up a little bit just so we can answer your question because that's kind of a big question. So give me just a second here. Let me finish up with Moon Honey. But Moon Honey, when I say the blending beyond with this guide, you are super close and you're doing the work now. But there's going to be a lot more communication with this guide moving forward, which I think for you is going to be awesome. But know that this guide will be there and have your back. Don't let yourself feel like you're doing this alone, because I don't feel at all. And I feel like you don't feel that way either. But even when it seems difficult, when it seems hard, realize that this guide is kind of there in the background and watching your journey. And all we need to do is ask for help, and the guide will come and help us. Okay? So does that help you? Does that help you, Moon Honey? And thank you, Liz, for putting the list there. Hopefully everyone else is okay with waiting a little bit, seeing as Catherine did donate more, but also because this is kind of a more dire situation. That's kind of why I'm bumping it up. Okay. And so I'm going to just go into Catherine's question here. Again, Moon Honey, hopefully that helps answer. But let's do this for Catherine. So, so I'm going to write your name down, Catherine. It all happens for a reason, right, Moon Honey? I had a feeling I needed to talk about that today, so that's really cool. I love that. Okay, Catherine, I'm writing your name down. Is it okay if I connect with you psychically? Let me see here. Because if I connect psychically, I might be able to get a little more information than. I mean, we can use the cards too, but. We can try and see here. Okay. I'd like to know what happened, so let's look. I guess it's. Yeah, let's look. Let's look at Nora's situation. What happened with this? So, Catherine, are you there? Because if we can kind of ask question, if I can ask questions, it's going to help me to understand. I'm being pulled in a few different directions here, but one of the directions that I'm kind of feeling is I'm wondering if it was manslaughter instead. I'm curious if it was an accident or if it was actually murder here. Um, it almost feels like like wrong place, wrong time. So that's kind of what I'm feeling here. It almost felt like it was, but then it felt like it was a crime of passion too. In a way, it felt like there was something going on, and then there was. Okay. But let's see what else I can get here. So. Feel like I'm seeing something to do with the neck too, which I'm curious about. I feel like the person had his back turned, but I'm not sure. The neck, though, the back of the neck was what I saw. Back of the neck. Wondering if maybe this took place outside too, back of the neck, and I feel like there's something to do with possibly a wooded area. I'm not really sure. That's what it feels like. It feels like it was unsuspecting. It feels like it was something that kind of just happened. Like I said, maybe it was kind of spur of the moment. I don't think it was premeditated. I'm going to try speaking to the spirit of the man who's murdered. I feel like I can get more information that way. So let's see what we can get here. Was the person was the person that was murdered? Were they younger than Noor, than your friend Noor? Hmm. Okay. Let me see here. Hmm. I don't know if the person that was murdered was a writer or if the other person was a writer, nor being a writer, but I do have, there's something here where I feel like I'm writing something or I'm doing something with like pen and paper. Hmm. Hmm. I'm wondering if the person that was murdered is going to be laid to rest soon. It felt like that's kind of the message I was getting. The person was going to be laid to rest. Are you there, Catherine? Okay. So I will ask exactly what I feel here, or I'll write down whatever impressions I get, I will write down. Let me put it that way. And from there, hopefully, we can understand it a little bit better. All right. They said he took the person in his car and killed her in the woods. It was a little girl. Yeah, that's what I had here. Right there. Back of the neck, wooded area, and then younger than Nor. So I did have back of the neck and wooded area. They didn't see it kind of coming, if that makes sense. Okay. No, Christina H. You can pay if you have a question here. Okay. Okay, so Catherine. Okay, Christine, you could. There's a few people on the list, but I can't promise anything. I can get through the people I'm working with now, and right now I'm doing kind of an intense reading here. But we could try. Yeah, we could see here. So, Catherine, he said it was an accident, that he didn't want to do anything to hurt her, but if he took the person in the car, it did feel, Catherine, that it was more spur of the moment, was what I was getting. But at the same time, why take the person in the car? That's kind of what I'm thinking too. Um, was there anything that was written beforehand or anything? There was someone being a writer that came in, and I was wondering. And then the laid to rest, I'm just. Okay, thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. The way I feel it, Catherine, it did feel like he. It did feel like he did murder. I mean, that's kind of an intense thing to say, but I did feel that there was something there, and then I had the wooded area as well. And so I do feel that there was something that happened, even if he didn't intend anything. It could have been a crime that just sort of happened, but I do feel that the murder was part of. I do feel that the murder was part of that. You know. Um, Specifically, Catherine, what do you have a question specifically? And then maybe I can go into a little more there. We talked about this. Um, and I'm sorry this happened, but it feels like it just. The spirit of the little girl that I was connecting with, it definitely felt like it was something that was unexpected. She didn't see it coming, and it felt predatory in a way. I mean, not in a way. It did. I'm trying not to. Honestly speaking, this is one of the more disturbing readings that I've done, and I want to give you comfort, Catherine, and I'm sorry that this is something you had to go through, and I'm sorry for that little girl. It did, though, feel. It did feel cowardly, though, what happened. And I feel like it was. A part of me is now feeling like it was intentional, even though he said it was an accident or he didn't mean to or whatever happened. It feels like there's just a dark side here with this person. Um, I can't explain it other than that. Uh, it definitely puts a pit in my stomach. Let's put it that way. me see what else I can get here. That is Catherine. Yeah, here we go. It's about the reasons why the girl was in his car, and a lot of things about him saying that he was about to sell her. Yeah, it. This person, Catherine. Maybe you thought you knew this person. I feel like there's another side to this person that was never seen. Um, the cowardice that I feel from this individual is very, and by cowardice I mean the way this person did what he did. Um, it's disgusting is the only way I can say it, and I'm sorry you ever had a relationship with this person, but it doesn't feel like this guy was a good person. It feels like there was more to the story. Um, I basically saw her life being snuffed out, and I would just say that uh, yeah, there's I don't yeah, I'm sorry that's something you had to go through, and I feel horrible. I feel awful for the girl, but I do feel that there was a part to this person that you just didn't know, this Nor person, and yeah, yeah, just a little bit, Moon Honey. Was Catherine, was the girl's name like a flower? Maybe a flower name or something? Because when I connected with her, I saw a flower blooming, and then immediately, and that could just be that her life was cut short. But I'm curious what the girl's name was. And again, Catherine, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is something you have to go through, and um, I would only hope with time that you could understand things and try to. Could you try and tell me where he met her? I could. I could try, Catherine. I can do that. A lot of this, I'm by no means a professional medium or a professional psychic, but I am practicing and I'm learning, so um, I can try. I'll just put it out that way. I can try and see what I can pick up. I got two things here, Catherine. I either got something to do with like a dance recital or a dance hall or something. Mayleys, okay. Or a parking lot is what I got here. Um, Give me just a second here. And thank you for telling me the name. His case is public now. It's just crazy. Catherine, again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're going through this. That's hard. That's, I can't even imagine. I feel a lot of rage, outrage, um, and I would feel that maybe you don't know what to think. Maybe it's like it's trying to, there's cognitive dissonance, right? You're trying to understand what happened, but you also still want to possibly be on his side, but you don't know what happened. I could understand why this would be kind of tearing you apart because you don't know. What I saw though, um, uh, what I saw though, to me, was murder. I don't feel that it was anything other than that. At first, when I was connecting, I wasn't sure, but as I started asking more questions, yeah, and man, I don't know. I'm just sorry that happened, Catherine, and I'm sorry that's something you're going through. I'll I do promise I'm coming right back. I'm just gonna go for just a second. I will be back though. Uh, Thank you, Catherine. It was during a wedding party. Okay. Well, I had a dance recital, which is not the same as a wedding party, but I had that at first, is what I saw. Kind of similar. I mean, there's dancing at a wedding, but anyway, I'm so sorry. And thank you for contributing to the channel. I do wish you the best, Catherine. let yourself, Catherine, with this, um, let yourself get through this one day at a time, and don't try to force anything. Let yourself feel everything that you're feeling. And I know that's difficult. I know this must be incredibly hard. I don't doubt that one bit. But if you let yourself feel what you need to feel, then you can start getting yourself to feeling, normal again. This is a huge thing. This is a connection being severed, and a big one too. And I just want you to know that I'm sorry that happened, and that I do wish you and Maylee's spirit all the best moving forward. And I wanted you to know that you can get through this. Just let yourself feel and let yourself slowly become accustomed to the truth, even though I know it hurts. The thing that probably hurts the most is, like I said, that cognitive dissonance of wanting to believe one thing, but there's also the other part. There's also the opposite, right? Where you're kind of not knowing what to believe. And in time, that will become more clear as well. But all the love and respect to you, my friend, and thank you again for um, letting me help you in this time of need. And again, I'm sorry. Um, Elizabeth, are you there? Okay. So your question was actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to do it this way. I'm going to do this. Okay, hey Catherine, would it be okay if I sent some energy your way? Just some energy healing, just something to help you feel like you're not alone during this time, a little something. Um, would that be okay? Okay. All right, I think Catherine left, but anyway. So, Elizabeth, you were wondering about your spiritual abilities, right? Oh, man. Type your question again, Elizabeth. I'll be okay. So, you spiritual abilities. Give me 1 second. I'll come right back. Again, sorry, you guys. I know I keep leaving, but I'm coming back. No, you guys, it's good. Thank you, though. Yeah, that was intense. But that's nowhere near the intensity that Catherine's experiencing or that the girl went through. I feel angry, but that'll pass. I gotta let myself pass those emotions. Okay. Okay. Let's let's do this. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Okay. Let's do a little grounding together. Let's do a little grounding. Let's let ourselves kind of collect our let's let ourselves collect our emotional presence again, and let's. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna light another incense too, something to get me in the now, something to do. Hey, Shanav, yeah, you can. You can donate. I'm getting through some readings here, so go for it. Oh, yeah. Honestly, you guys, that was unbelievable. I don't know. I don't know what to think, what to say. I felt those moments before she died, like it was snuffed out. You know, it felt unfair. But what a medium has to do is to give the information the way I saw it, and that sucked. No matter how I looked at it, but it was. I don't know. I've heard of similar stories. The mentor that I had to do a reading for a child, for a lady whose child's son was brutally murdered, and he had to sit there and give her, um, I guess, details, and he had to go through that with. And after he did that, he didn't want to be a medium anymore. He's still stuck with it. He's still doing it today, but he said he was done. There's some things in this line of work that it's not all. It's not all rainbows and sunshine, you know. Okay, so let's do, for all of us here, let's do a little grounding exercise. Okay. I'm gonna move over here. I'm gonna. Well, where can I? Okay. So, when we're doing a grounding exercise, the important thing to realize is for us to be in the moment now, to feel what we're feeling, and to not let anything else kind of get in the way of that. And so what we're going to focus on is allowing our energy to sort of come back to us, so to speak, or allowing ourselves to be present again. So we're going to breathe in, okay? We're going to take the hands here. We're going to breathe in. We're going to go. So starting from kind of like the groin area, when we breathe in, imagine bringing the energy up through our legs, up through both of our legs, and it's coming into up here. We stop at the heart, and then when we get to the heart, we go, and then we breathe out, and we go. That's going to bring us into the moment. That's going to allow us to ground. So we breathe in. If we allow ourselves to do that for a little bit, we can take these emotions and these feelings that, although they're strong, they are not our own. In my opinion, doing these readings, we gave presence to the person who lost their life, and by doing that, we've allowed healing of some sort. By experiencing her story, we allow ourselves to understand something that's difficult. There's no two ways about it. That was incredibly difficult. So, I'm starting to feel a little more back to center, but yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, we gave her something, you know? Hopefully some small gesture, something will comfort her. Hey, Shannon, I do primarily psychic and tarot, and I can do energy healing as well if you're hurting physically. Some emotional healing too. Hey, Denise. Okay. Almost there, Elizabeth. I'm getting a little more grounded here. Thank you guys for understanding, especially after that. I appreciate you guys for understanding. Yeah, Shannon, I can answer that question. Thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. Okay, Elizabeth. So specifically, Elizabeth, are you wondering how to use your spiritual abilities to make money, or are you wondering how to just improve your spiritual abilities that you already have, or specifically, what is it we're looking at here? What is it you're wanting to look at here? Thank you, Shannon. I'll put you on the list here. So, Shannon. I'll let you know when it's your turn, Shannon. Thank you for the donation. So, specifically, so when you say astral things, do you mean projection, right? Astral projection. All right, let's do that then. Let's pick a couple to really work on. Okay, having dreams that come true. So that, okay. So let's work on a couple of these. First one's going to be, I'm going to move this camera down just a little bit more. There we go. Okay, so let's work on a couple of these. The first one that I feel like you would be good at, and I mention this a lot, but we need more of these in the world. Okay, first one is going to be a healer, right? Energy healing, something to do with healing, is going to be a good one for you. Your abilities, because you've been on the channel a few times, I've tuned into you psychically. You're a healer, okay? You give presence to emotional states, so therefore I feel like you're an empath as well. All right. You're someone who, I do feel like there's some psychic, definitely some psychic things. Okay. Oh, wow. Hmm. Wow. Okay. I'm sorry you went through that, but I'm glad you focused on the healing journey with that. That sounds tough. He passed when I was 22. Wow. Wow. Okay, so there's some mediumship abilities there. There's kind of knowing without knowing, so to speak. So this knowing that you had that your cousin would die when you were around 22, it was a feeling of like you didn't think about it. It just happened and you knew it would happen. Like you didn't question it. Am I correct in saying that? Hey, Angela, how are you doing? Okay. So I was going to mention it on the videos or on the little thing I had on my laptop, but you're hanging, lol. Well, it's good to see you here, Angela. I haven't seen you here for a little while. Hopefully things are going okay. I'm doing I'm doing good. We had a tough reading about 20 minutes ago, and I'm still kind of recovering from that. And yeah, Okay, so here's 3 areas, Elizabeth, where I feel like you could actually train some abilities here. Okay. Um, so, Elizabeth, I feel like you are a healer, you're an empath, and you're a medium. Okay. All of these, in my opinion, can kind of be words that kind of substitute each other because I feel like each one of these is kind of similar. And it's one of those things that okay, hold on. Typo, don't. I figured that's what you meant, Angela. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Um, so healer, empath, medium. Okay, so from this list, Elizabeth, the thing that I feel like would be the best for you to focus on now is the empath journey, then the healer's journey, then the medium journey. So does that sound okay with you? Starting with the empath one first, and then the healer, and then the medium. I can explain a little bit about what each of those journeys looks like. Okay. All right. So the empath journey. Okay, the empath journey is kind of a straightforward one. The empath is a person who sometimes it stems from people pleasing. There can be things like that, but generally an empath is put into an environment where other people don't necessarily understand their emotional needs, but yet they are required to meet other people's emotional needs. Thank you, Angela. Awesome. Thank you. You are on the list, Angela, and I will get to you. It's a little bit of a busier night tonight, but I'll definitely get to everybody. Um, so the empath's journey is for them to discover where their emotions are, not pleasing other people, but sort of pleasing or sort of understanding the self better, right? So Elizabeth, you tell me if that's a journey that you've been on in your life where maybe people didn't see you, people didn't understand you or try to, and yet you were meant to sort of understand other people implicitly. Because generally that's what happens. There's like this feeling of needing to do this. Okay, you started your journey when you were 14-ish. Okay, so makes sense. All right. So I'm 23 now. Okay, perfect, perfect. All right, so the empath journey is you understanding what boundaries look like. Okay? You setting boundaries, healthy boundaries. Okay, and there's books, there's people that talk about setting boundaries, what we need to do with that. That's going to be huge for you. You need to look into boundaries, you need to look into how to set them, and you need to make it so people don't take advantage of you. And we talked about this a little bit, but there's a feeling here that you're such a giving person that I feel like things could slide. And so I feel like understanding boundaries, if you're an empath, that's going to be part of that journey. That's not the spiritual part of the journey necessarily, but to me, being an empath goes with these other abilities. And in order to fully realize the empath path, you have to let yourself develop this skill set over time. So, boundaries for the empath is very important. Now, you're probably wondering why I'm talking about that first. I'll get into that. So, the empath goes to the boundaries. That's the first thing we have. Then, okay, Elizabeth, we have the healer, the healer's journey. Now, This is very important for us to start with the empathy first and then to work up into the healer. Because the empath will want to take things on from other people. Okay? You will want to take on other people's pain. You will want to take on other people's emotional stuff that they've gone through. And that will be, if we haven't established boundaries, you'll be a healer that heals others by getting sick yourself. Okay? That doesn't help anybody. No, that's good, Elizabeth. You're being honest. You're being honest with yourself. Do not put a mask on here. I don't want that. Okay? You're free to be yourself. Be honest. Be powerfully you, because that's important. That's hugely important. I almost want you to be I almost want you to be sick of the fact that you're not yourself, so that way you become yourself. That way you need to be a priority in your life. You need to be your biggest priority, because no one else is you, right? No one else is you more than you are. So it's kind of an important journey. But the healer's journey, once you've understood boundaries, once you've understood setting that up, then when we go into the healing journey, we can help people, but not by taking on their shit and their crap that they have, but actually help them by explaining what's going on, feeling what's going on, and sending healing energy their way. Not taking it on ourselves. I've done that. I have done that myself. I helped somebody once. It's actually happened a few times. I gave so much of my energy, literal energy, to help this person heal, and I got very sick, very angry out of nowhere because I was taking on other people's emotions. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. But that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing we're looking for. Is we need to take the we need to establish the boundaries. Then we need to focus on healing. And when we heal from our hearts, and we call upon guides or source to help with that energy healing. You can use crystals too, but primarily you're allowing yourself to relax and to focus on the healing energy, which is another topic in itself when we're talking about energy healing. But primarily that's about relaxation. Right now, your journey is going to be the empath journey, and that's setting boundaries, and that's saying how you feel when you feel it. If you feel uncomfortable, if things are going on, people will not like that. They won't. And I'm going to be the person that says that, because it's not an easy thing to do. But eventually you'll get people that vibe with what you're doing. And then you'll be like, why did I hide myself for so long? Right? Why did I let myself sit in that darkness of behind my mask for so long? You have much more to give being authentically you than you ever did being somebody else, right? I mean, this is something I feel like we need to focus on. So let's have it be less of a spiritual journey for now, and let's have it be more of one where we're finding your authenticity. It's already there. You just need to dig it up a little bit. You need to look at it, and you need to understand the power that is in you. And then that way you can help other people. But we don't do it. We do not help others by hurting ourselves. Because eventually what happens, okay? Eventually what happens is that we burn out. And when we burn out, who's going to help us? Okay? It doesn't work that way. We need to take care of ourselves, because nobody else will in that way. We have to be in charge of our energy. We have to be in charge of who we let have our energy. And that's an important part too. But when we're working with people, energetically healing people, we have to be able to give them presence, and we have to be able to be there for them. If we can't do that, then we need to go back to the drawing board. And right now, you have what it takes to do that. I'm not saying you don't, but there's a part of you that would overreach so much that you would drain yourself silly right now. That's what I'm feeling. You have the heart of a healer. You have the temperament, you have the mentality of a healer, but I feel like you're too giving, and that makes it so that you could get in trouble. Okay? It's kind of like it's like you'd want to give someone everything if they were hurting, because you'd want them to not hurt anymore. And the only thing you can do is give them your presence and a little bit of your time and your energy, and then you say, okay, I wish you the best. And that's all you can do. You can't fix other people. You can help other people. We can see if we can help other people, but it's up to that person if they want to heal. It's up to them. Because all we're doing as healers is we're helping the other person realize their own divinity. It's kind of like we're guiding them back to themselves. We're not doing anything more than just helping someone find their own divine light, and they sort of heal themselves from there. So does that make sense to you, Elizabeth? That's good. That's good that you're new to it. It means you'll have a lot of progress, right? There will be a lot of progressive steps that you're going to take here. And like I said, turn that love on yourself. Okay, have you be the main priority, because there's nothing without you. You're a divine being of consciousness. You have this energy, and you need to be able to harness that with yourself too, right? So the last thing I'll say here is quit pouring out your cup for other people and drink from it yourself, and then give what's left over to other people. Okay? Nobody deserves your presence as much as you do. So just remember that. Once you feel like you have boundaries under control, once you feel like things are progressing in the boundary way, then we can come back and we can discuss more about the healer path. But for now, okay, your skill set is going to be to focus on getting this empathic nature under control, and we do that by establishing boundaries. And don't be afraid to say how you feel. That takes time, that takes practice. But just let yourself go into situations, focus on how you're feeling, and then voice it. And then if people have a problem with it, it's their problem. Because you've been inauthentically you. Now let's try something different, right? Okay, so Elizabeth, does that help answer your question? You're very welcome. Okay, Amber, are you there? Hopefully you're still there, Amber. I know it was a bit of a wait. Awesome. Okay. Do you want to ask your question? Thank you, Moon Honey. I appreciate that. That's what I want to do. I want to help people. I want to demystify the psychic part, because it's been. I had a friend tell me one time, this was a long time ago, I'm no longer friends with this person. Not because of what they said or anything, just we fell out, right? But I was really into energy healing. And. Oh, hey, Christine. Awesome, I'm glad you're back. Okay, so I'll put you on the list as well. Okay, Amber, we'll get to you. So I'll get to Amber's reading here, but I was just going to say, that friend told me I was into energy healing, I wanted to do energy healing, and he said, you can't do that. Only monks can do that, or only people that are, and I just find that funny, right? That was in the consciousness for so long for me, and it's funny how little things like that stick with you, and I just, yeah. but I want to inspire people so that it makes it more mundane. I don't want people to think that it's only monks that can do this, or I don't want people to think that it's only... So Moon Honey, that I can do that for you, I love that. Absolutely. Okay, so Amber, let me look at your question here, and then Christine came back, so I'll put her in rotation. So we'll have Amber, Christine, Shannon, and Angela. So that's the order. Amber, Christine, Shannon, and Angela. Okay, so Amber, let's address your question. You want general guidance from me this week. I feel like every day is Groundhog Day, and despite my efforts, nothing is changing. I feel overstretched and stressed. Okay. Alright, so Amber, I'm going to do the cards here for just a bit. Let's see what we can come up with here. But, yeah. So what general guidance does Amber need for this week? Okay, so Amber, what I get here is we have door to personal healing and happiness, the thinking woman, and community. Okay. These are all in reverse. Door to personal healing and happiness, the thinking woman, and community are all in reverse. Okay. So when I see all of these in reverse, this feels like, and like you said, you feel overstretched and stressed. This feels like you're reaching burnout right here. This is burnout, or reaching it, right? I feel like there's a tendency to try to think our way out of something, or to try to focus more mental attention on something and trying to do something with that. But where I see community in reverse, I feel like we're not around people that support us, first off. The thinking woman being in reverse is, I feel like we're trying to think our way out of a situation that I feel like would need action instead of thinking about it. It would be better to take action. Door to personal healing and happiness being in reverse too, though, is the same kind of situation where it's like we're kind of waiting for things to happen for us and not necessarily going out and doing them. Even though I feel like you're an active person, I feel like you are trying to do the best you can. When I see door to personal healing and happiness and the thinking woman in reverse, to me it's like I think about changing something, but I don't actually, maybe I don't actually follow through. Okay, maybe that's harsh for me to say, but I feel that we need to get rid of what's no longer serving us in the moment. I know that I don't know if you have 2 or 3 or 4 jobs that you're working, but I remember that it's a lot. Like that's a lot for anybody to handle. And I'm feeling what's happening, honestly, is there's a disconnection with the self. I feel like sometimes we use these jobs, or we use these, it could be hobbies, jobs, whatever it happens to be, we can use them as a form of escapism, where instead of focusing on how we're feeling, maybe we're looking at going into these situations trying to run, but also distract ourselves a little bit from situations that are going on. So I'm feeling like, but there's also this card, which I'll show. Hold on. Then we have 7th chakra Archangel Uriel right here. So this is a part in your life, and I'll show you a little bit more of this card. Okay. The 7th chakra is the crown chakra, and if you'll notice, okay, she has a crown. Right? She's wearing a crown. A little hard to see, the lighting's not perfect. But you'll notice that she has a crown, and she's letting that carry herself. Of all the cards I drew, all of these were in reverse. Okay, and there's 3 more cards I haven't even talked about yet. All of these were in reverse except for the 7th chakra Archangel Uriel. So when I see that, that makes me feel like this is kind of a spiritual awakening for us. Possibly things, shit is starting to hit the fan, so to speak. And I feel like because that's happening, it can feel like the same thing. It can feel like things happening over and over again. But I feel like this is going to be something where there can actually be a transformation, a big one, happening here. Maybe we're realizing what we want out of life and what we won't settle for anymore. If it feels like Groundhog Day, what's interesting about that movie is what did Bill Murray start to do eventually? Whatever the hell he wanted. I mean, he just went out and he did some crazy shit, and he just went and did it. If it's feeling like that, try something new. Try introducing something new. The reason it feels that way is it's stuck. Because then I get this. I get 1st chakra Archangel Michael in reverse, Door to Value in reverse, and woman holding a heart in reverse. Okay. None of these, Amber, none of these are bad cards. I don't want it to be like that. They're just cards that are showing obstacles. They're not necessarily bad or anything. We have Door to Value in reverse, 1st chakra Archangel Michael. Nope. Okay. This one. 1st chakra Archangel. Nope. I have such a hard time because the camera's mirrored. I just need to flip it around. Okay. All right. Woman holding a heart, 1st chakra Archangel Michael, and Door to Value. Okay. In reverse. So I feel like we're surrounding ourselves with people that don't necessarily understand us, don't understand what we're doing here. I'm feeling like a new change of people would be nice. Or going someplace, meeting different people, meeting different kinds of people would be helpful. But it feels like to me, structurally, foundationally, I feel like we need to focus on bringing in different personalities into our life. Feeling appreciated would help us so much. A lot of this, I feel like, stems from feeling more alone in the world. And I feel like if we allow ourselves to entertain the idea of connecting with people, maybe more diverse people, or maybe more people that aren't necessarily in our industry, like literally just joining groups of people or talking to people, having something to do where we feel intellectually stimulated and maybe people can understand us. I feel like that would be a good idea for us to focus on, because right now as it is, it does feel like you're stuck. It feels like you're stuck, and maybe there's fear on branching out or reaching out and doing something new. But I feel like the best thing for you to do right now would be to try something new, because if it's already Groundhog Day, there's no harm, no foul. But um, does that make sense, Amber? it feels like it's a spiritual. So let's do this, Amber. Right? Let's talk like this. So I feel like the best thing to do moving forward is to be around other people, different people than the people we work with. I know you have these different jobs, and it sounds like there's a lot going on there, but I would almost say if there's something you could do where you make a priority to meet different people or meet other people, not even necessarily in like a dating scenario or anything like that, but just to have people. I feel like when I do try to meet different people, they judge and reject me for not being like them. And that could create that sense of isolation. Okay. So, so Amber, we've talked about this before. Do you feel like they don't like you because you're different, or do you feel like they don't like you um, because I know we've talked about the people pleasing tendencies as well. I'm curious if maybe when we're meeting new people, we have expectations, and that's what creates kind of a resistance. It's almost like if we could go into the situation and not have any expectations, it kind of protects us from both kinds of outcomes. A good outcome is great, but a bad outcome, if that does happen, if we don't have expectations on what that would look like, I feel like that helps. Like, and learning to talk to people is also a skill as well. I know you're an actress, so you're probably used to talking with people, but I'm feeling like, honestly, for the general guidance, these lessons right here are lessons from spirit. These are kind of your lessons that you're meant to learn in this moment right now. And the best part about that, with this card being upright, is that usually when spirit is trying to teach you a lesson in this kind of way, where you're feeling this sense of the burnout that I was talking about, generally that means the lesson can be closer to being resolved. Usually, if we give it a little bit more attention, which it sounds like you are, but I would almost say approach when we're talking to different people or when we're learning things about different people. I feel like the best thing to do is to have no expectations and to view building relationships with new people like a skill, kind of like a game, because I know for a fact when I meet somebody new, I'm nervous as hell. I'm incredibly nervous. But if I don't put any expectations on the meeting or how it should go, that generally helps. And if someone doesn't like me, they don't like me. But um, yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting here. Feels like there's more inner work to be done, but I also feel like you're kind of done with the inner work. I feel like there needs to be a connection that's not just work oriented, or that's not just this or that. There needs to be maybe looking at a new way of how to talk to people, how to speak with people, because it just feels like that's kind of where I feel like this is going. Does that does that make sense, Amber? And I wish I could have it be something, Amber. I'm pretty sure most of what I said you already know. Um, and I wish it was something that I could tell you something incredibly different that could change your life, in an instant. But these are the lessons that we're here to learn, and I feel like you're doing a good job. If it feels repetitive though, then there's always the opportunity to try something new. And yeah, I'm sorry it feels that way, but I feel like you're in the thick of it for a reason. Keep going. Just allow yourself to experience new things. Like literally put yourself in a situation where you're uncomfortable in a not in a bad way, but you're like uncomfortable to try something new, like maybe learning a new skill or maybe learning something new, because in those environments where we're the student, other people share the same kind of thing. We're all there to learn something together, and we're all new at whatever we're learning, and that can make it so people open up and create a dialogue with you. Sometimes just interacting with people off the street or trying to have a conversation with someone at a coffee shop, that's difficult because what do you talk about? But if you're in a class or if you're doing something where you're learning, then it becomes easier. At least, that's kind of how I've approached it, and it's helped me to be more social because I am hermitized. Okay, that's a traumatized hermit, and that that's me. That basically defines who I am as a person. So I know what it feels like to want to reach out but not know how. Right. Um, and generally, there's a feeling of not being able to trust ourselves. That's kind of one of the reasons why we don't reach out, because we feel like maybe we would make the wrong choice or we'd make the wrong decision. But we have to put that to bed at some point and realize that we're allowed to have made mistakes, and we're allowed to be better from them and to get better from them. But try something like a classroom. Try something where people are comfortable being the person that doesn't know, because I feel like a lot of times we meet resistance with people because they want to act like they know it all. But if you are in a classroom setting or if you're somewhere else where people are learning a new skill, that's less likely to happen because they're already humbled and they're already kind of open to the idea of learning. Um, that's something that I feel coming from spirit. So that's a possibility, right? And I know you want to do teaching too, so that would give you a chance to see how other teachers work. So hopefully, Amber, that helps answer your question. You're very welcome, Amber. Very, very welcome. Okay, Christine, are you still there? Christine Curtis? Oh. All right, Christine, go ahead and ask. You can ask your question one at a time. Oh, did you kill it? My cat likes to bring toys into the room and scream a war cry of victory as if he killed the toy. He broke its neck and brought it in. I know, but yeah. Well, okay, Shannon, your question is simple. If you have to leave now, I guess I can do that really quick. Hold on one second, Christine. Shannon had a simple question, and I can address that. I know it takes me a minute with these, so let's do that really fast. Okay, so that'll be the first one we look at, Christine. So hold on, I'm going to answer Shannon's question really quick because she has to leave. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so Shannon, I'm looking for your question. Will Jay contact me again? Does he still have feelings for me? So let's look at that, okay? So, Shannon, we're going to be using the True Love tarot cards right here, and we'll see what they say. So, will Jay contact you again? Actually, I'll do it this way, so that way I have it, because it's already up here. Okay, I just put the question down there so I don't have to go up and read it over and over. So, will Jay contact me again? Does he still have feelings for me? So will Jay contact Shannon again? Does he still have feelings for her? We'll do one card for will he contact you again, and we'll do another card for does he still have feelings for you? Will Jay contact Shannon again? I literally get the connection card in reverse. It should be like this. When I see it in reverse, I'm feeling like it's a no. But let's look at the other card. Does he still have feelings for you? So I get emotional freedom in reverse. So whatever happened with Jay, Shannon, right here, I am feeling like he's not going to reach out again, at least not anytime soon. And I'm feeling like he is not really thinking about your connection that he had, or he's trying to escape from it in some way, because I see emotional freedom in reverse. So I get a sense that this person is kind of doing their own thing. I feel like he's put that off into another part of his brain, and I feel like that connection, he's just going to try and move on and do whatever he can do that way. And I'm probably not what you wanted to hear, but that's what I'm seeing for the connection with Jay. So yeah, hopefully things work out for you. I'm thinking if he left, then that's his loss, Shannon, because some people just aren't ready to handle you. So, but that's what I get. So hopefully you're still there, and I'm not. Okay, good. You're still there. All right. Does that help address your question, Shannon? You're welcome, Shannon. Thank you. All the best, my friend. Okay. So, Christine, I'll get to your question in just a second. Let's see. I used to be a competitive athlete and used to do 1 hour of fasted cardio in the morning, weight train hard 2 hours a day, and then do 45 minutes steady cardio at night. Will the motivation return? That's a lot of exercise, okay? I'll tell you right now, Christine, I'm winded just from reading that. But then again, I'm not in that good a shape. So give me 1 second, Shannon. I will come back, or Christine, I will come back, and we'll get into that, okay? 1 more second, you guys. Okay, I am back, you guys. Okay, let's look, Christine, on if it will come back. Could I connect with you psychically here? Move over here. Okay. So let me go to another page here. Okay, so will the motivation return? So let's look at this for Christine Curtis. Okay, so I'm seeing Christine with this kind of energy here that we're talking about, this motivation energy. I'm seeing like a phoenix flying in and being able to help. Um, it feels like we have to reach a little further to find this phoenix than normal. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but I'm being shown the phoenix, the firebird, right? So the phoenix, the symbology there is a bird that turns to ash, and then from the ash it rises anew, right? So after you did this for 4 years straight after Joseph passed, I'm wondering if your motivation then was different than it is now. Does that make sense? After Joseph passed, what was your reason for doing this? Hmm? He was your biggest fan. Okay. So now the motivation has to come from you and not from him. Am I correct in saying that? That's impressive. 7 times. Wow. So you need to find a new source of that inspiration, that motivation. There we go. That's what I was trying to. Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to get at. I feel like I poured everything into that to keep my mind off of his passing. So you used that as a catalyst for transformation for something else. So, in a way, that was like an escape. Your fitness was an escape. But now that you are realizing his passing and you're letting yourself process it, that fuel that was there before, that source that was there before, isn't there anymore because you're letting yourself slowly come to terms and accept as much as you can that passing. Does that make sense so far, Christine? I think the phoenix analogy comes in for that too. That makes a lot of sense. The old you, that phoenix, that's starting to burn up, and now another phoenix is going to take its place. Something that understands the lessons a little bit more, something that feels things a little bit differently, right? So when we're using something like mourning, when we're distracting ourselves from the mourning process, even though you did mourn, I don't doubt that at all. I'm sure you still felt it. Yeah, you need to reach harder now. Yeah, and that's gonna be a good and a bad thing because what can happen? The reason why the motivation died off is because if you had the motivation because you were escaping from a reality or you were trying to distract yourself from something else, when you're trying to go back to that same thing now, it's different because the thing that you used to fuel it was in itself an escape. So now you have to find that new source of fuel. And I feel like maybe there could be something blocking it. I don't know if there's guilt there or regret or shame. I'm not sure, but I feel a blockage, kind of in the heart when I'm doing this, if that makes sense. Hopefully, hopefully that's making sense. If not, let me know. You get so winded and your heart pounds just running to the corner now. What's your Christine? What's your purpose for doing this? Why do you want to do this? So okay, so to be healthy, but it sounds like to me that when you maybe to be healthy now versus when you were doing this before means something completely different, right? Like, for instance, I've heard 30 minutes of exercise and then like light activity is good for the heart, and that's good. Um, but do you want to go as extreme? Do you want to be as extreme as before? Do you want to do this for 3 or 4 hours a day? Is this something that do you feel like that's being healthy? Is if you do this for maybe 3 or 4 hours, or do you feel um, I'm curious if there's something else there. That's what I'm trying to ask. I'm going to put this up. It doesn't mean that Angela won't get her question answered. I'm just going to put this up for me here. So let's do this. Good, good, perfect, perfect. So the actually, I'll do this too. Hold on 1 second. Thank you, Denise. You have an amazing night. Thank you so much. No, I've been live for a while, my friend, so I'm not going to be taking any more questions. I'm going to finish up for the night, I'm thinking. After Angela and after this one. Or after Christine and after Angela, so. Okay, so, and you used to eat incredibly clean too. So then, Christine, maybe there's something here with maybe feeling like we have to do something a certain way in order to be healthy or in order to be strong. If I'm wrong in that, you can let me know, but I feel like when it comes to forms of, because I have this myself, okay? And if I'm out of line, I'm out of line, but I'm just going to say how I'm feeling. I feel like it can be kind of a form of extreme thinking where it's kind of like an all or nothing. And in my opinion, that's really hard to keep up. Um, because what you're saying, it even on my days where I work out hard, I don't do near what you do. And I feel like I work out pretty hard on those days. Um, but it feels like we've. I'm gonna do this because that was weird. Okay. Um, I feel like we need to change what we feel healthy is for us. Okay, that's what I'm feeling. It sounds to me like you're motivated. It sounds to me like things are going there, but now I don't feel like you need to have what you had before. Because before, when you were doing this, it was a different time in your life. And I feel like you needed that. I feel like you needed the escape or you needed to have something to do in that way. Okay. I just want to be gentle, Christine, when I'm talking to people. And um but yeah, we need to retrain. We need to kind of go back and see what's going on, right? I know I tend to think in extremes too. I've can't tell you how many times I've done that. Right, exactly. To train and eat like a normal person, not an athlete. Exactly, exactly. Because to me, the motivation is there. But when I saw the phoenix coming back from the ash, it wasn't the same phoenix. It, it's like you're learning how to live in a different way now. And because of that, it's not going to be the same. You don't need to have that anymore. I mean, how I'm seeing it anyway. Um, I get a sense of power with you. I get a sense of a strong sense of power here, but there's nothing wrong with taking a step back. Oh, yeah, Saba, I did get your donation. Thank you very much, my friend. I'll put you on the list here. So did that help answer your question, Christine? I can take the next question. You mean the next person, Christine, or do you mean? Okay, good, 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 good. Okay, okay. I'll go to the next question then. So, actually, it's. I like having time to talk with Angela because she's been an incredible support for the channel. But I'm almost wondering if. That to you too, Christine. Thank you so much for coming in again and being so supportive. I appreciate that very, very much. Even without the money, just coming in and saying hello, I appreciate that. Okay, Angela, if you want to go, you can go. I was going to answer Saba's questions and then go to you to be my last ones for the night. We could spend more time talking, but I can do your questions first because you are the next one up. So let's do it that way. Angela? And let's see. Yeah, Shining Star, you can post your questions and I will answer. You'll be right after Angela. Okay, Angela, we'll do that. So you'll be okay, whatever. Okay. So let's look at this. All right, Shining Star. So you, Shining Star, just stay tuned for a little bit here. I'm gonna see what I can get for Angela, and then from there I'll address your question. Okay, my friend. So I'll do my best that I can, Shining Star. Okay. I'm like I said, I'll read Angela. She's the next one, and then you are right after Angela. Okay, Shining Star. So okay. Thank you very much, my friend. All right, Angela. So you said whatever I get for you. Can I connect psychically? Hmm. All right. Thank you, Angela. Okay, Angela. So first thing, I had two kind of weird things happen. I saw the corner of a picture frame, and then it turned into like a knee or a leg or something. So I'm curious, is your knee bothering you, or is there something with this picture frame corner? I know that's oddly specific. If neither of those is correct, that's fine. I can try connecting again. That's just the first thing that kind of came up. Okay, that's good. That's okay. That is okay. So let's do this then. So, um, how's the custody situation going? Because that came up here too. Is that something that's being brought up again? Or not the custody, I'm sorry, the child, let's see, what's it called? The money situation with the father, I guess. The child, what is it called? Can't remember what it's called. You get money from the father, right? I'm curious if something's going on with that. Have you heard anything on that? Child support. Okay. Child support. Is anything going on with that? Hmm. That's what I was. They didn't get to serve him at that time, so it's put off. Yep, I figured there'd be something where it would be delayed. That's what I felt. Till August. Okay, what did I say? I think I said 2 months, so it's not quite August, but I'm sorry that happened. I figured it would be delayed. I thought two, but apparently it was three, so I'm sorry that happened. That it's a slippery fish kind of situation. Um, mm. So the one thing I'm getting here is that I don't know if you hold tension. Right, they need to catch him to serve him. Well, then they need to catch him. They do. They need to get him. But I'm feeling like there's stress here, which makes sense, obviously. Do you hold tension in your neck? Is that where you feel like you hold tension the most, kind of in your neck by your shoulders? I also feel like yes, and stomach. Okay. So I also feel like there's something with your. I feel like your uncle's helping you through this, Tracy, the one that passed that we've talked about before. I do feel like he's helping you with this as much as he can. But this is where I feel like he comes in. For some reason, I feel like he's the person that breaks up the. He's the person that helps you to deal with familial issues, like things that are happening in the family or that kind of thing. Does that make sense to you, Angela? Okay. The other thing I got was the name Donnie, Donnie. I don't know if that's a name that's familiar to you, but that name just came up. Maybe is that contributing to stress, or is there anything with this Donnie person? It could be Donnie or Donald or Donna, but it's a strong like Do sounding name. I have been working on just letting things go. I have a nurse named Donna. Okay, so I feel like that name is significant for some reason. You have a nurse named Donna, so I don't know. I just felt like it was significant. I'm actually going to do this really quick. Let's see. So, Angela, would you be okay? Is it quiet where you're at now? Kind of a quiet space? Okay, perfect. All right, so Angela, here's what I want to do. If we could do about 2 or 3 minutes of energy work, just to kind of cap this off. I'm feeling like primarily what okay. I feel like primarily what we're feeling is more stress and more like trying to, like you said, let things go, breathe, kind of be in the moment. So if we could send some energy from my guides to you. Hey, Christina H. There will be well, and also I'm getting ready to. I do this about an hour before the stream is ending. I do this an hour before just so that there's no more questions. Yeah, you could say something like that. There was an interesting, yeah, there was an interesting case that came up, and so that took a little bit more out of me than I was expecting. But yeah. So, Angela, let's do a little bit of energy here. Let's see what we can do. So just allow yourself to relax, Angela, as much as you can, and allow yourself to focus on your breath. Okay, like let it come in and out naturally, as natural as you can, and let yourself kind of relax into that rhythm of your breath coming in and out. Okay, and I'll send some energy to help you. So just sit tight there. Okay, Angela. Did you feel anything with that? If you didn't, that's okay. It could you could experience some things later on, like some dreams or things like that. But I just asked to see where you were at. That's normal. I was seeing it too. There's shadows that can move. It's just allowing yourself to see a part of that spiritual world. When my eyes are closed, I'll see shadows moving too. It's kind of a way to see spirit in a way, or to like understand spirit, if that makes sense. But when my guides are working, right, when my guides are working, they tend to kind of show themselves in different ways. So it could be that my guides were working with your guides and that's what you were seeing. But did you feel anything with the presence of seeing these shadows or these smoke or lights? Because for me it was shadows, so that's why I said that. That's generally clairvoyance, though, that's coming in, seeing with the third eye, so to speak. You felt a little bit. That should help a little bit with the feeling of anxiety and stress. If not like right now, it could be a little bit, but that should help make you feel a little bit better. That's how my so Angela, the more comfortable you get with my energy when I do this kind of work, I tend to have, how would I put this? My guides are pretty strong with the way they present themselves. Generally, when I'm working with people, that's something that happens. They'll see something, they'll feel something pretty strong, and generally, it's to help kind of break people out of like patterns or behaviors that they've been in, or help them with stress or anxiety. You were focused on the stuff moving towards you. Okay, so just know, Angela, that there's these spirits, these guides, they're only there to help. But I understand being focused on them moving towards you. The next time we do an exercise like that, maybe we can play with that a little bit and try some different things out. But it could be that you have a gift there and they're trying to awaken that within you. That's how my guides tend to work in a way where I can help other people to awaken their latent abilities, whatever that happens to be. Um, but generally speaking, they only start doing that if someone's ready. So you must be ready in some way to awaken to something. Um, that can be another time when you come on the channel. But I do feel that there's potential there to heal. But I feel like there's a lot of like you're thinking about the future. You're thinking about other things right now. So spirituality although I think you're very interested in it, and I think that you have some gifts, I feel like it'll be a minute. I have been feeling like something changing lately. Good, good. Probably more into a spiritual perception, more into a maybe being able to see things a little bit more clearly, hopefully. So hopefully, Angela, that helps a little bit, and we can definitely do more stuff. If you want, we can actually book a healing together where we focus on doing some energy work and some healing. You can look on my website for that if that's something you're interested in. Okay, feeling weird how, Angela? Uh, Tell me what you're experiencing. Okay, okay, like something's about to happen or take place. So, well, maybe something is about to happen or take place. Maybe there could be something that could be right, right. So it sounds to me like it's kind of like seership or prophecy, right? So I would say pay close attention to that feeling. It should fade. Um, it should fade here in a little bit. If there's anxiety or if there's something around this feeling, it should fade, and then you can kind of feel normal again. But and I can even send a little bit more energy to help with that process. But it does seem to me like that's something where um, you're meant to be an observer, right? Because I don't know what the event could possibly be that you're referring to, but it's something personal for you. So I would say allow yourself to observe things in the next few days and see kind of what resonates, see what happens in the next few days, because there could be something that's about to happen. Does that does that help you, Angela? I think I'm going to go to Saba here and go to their question. So hopefully that kind of addresses things. All right. Thank you for posting it again, Saba. I appreciate that. So I will. Can I connect? Or, well, actually. Okay, hold on one second, Saba. Hold on, because Angela also did the $10, so hold on one second. Okay, also, is this guy going through my things when I'm not here? We're almost to you, Saba. I promise. I'll answer this question here. But I will do it with cards this time. Is this guy going through Angela's things when she is not there? Oh no, Angela, you're fine. You are just fine. Don't worry about that. You're just fine. So I get man holding a coin in reverse. Then I get third chakra archangel Shamuel, and then I get financial constraints. So are you in? I do feel like there tends to be someone who does this person have like a key to your place or something? I'm curious. Is this person like a landlord, or is this person a what is this? You said, is this guy going through? So I'm curious who this person is. Boyfriend, well, kinda. Okay, so this right here, I do feel like there could be some snoopiness here, but I also feel like there could just be laziness. So this person could be looking through your stuff, but I also feel like they're kind of, yeah. I feel like they're kind of, like, I do feel like they're snoopy, but, yeah. Because when I see the man holding a coin in reverse, I'm wondering if this person does anything to support themselves or whatever. But then I get these other cards, the third chakra archangel Shamuel and financial constraints. So this person could be going through your stuff. I wouldn't doubt it. I don't know if there's necessarily anything to worry about with it, but at the same time, someone going through things that are yours, that's not right. So that's what I'm feeling, though. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but that's kind of what I'm getting. I do feel like there could be a pretty strong tendency for this person to, yes, go through your stuff, but also I feel like there's someone who, how would I put this? There's someone who also doesn't care at the same time. Like, I feel like it's kind of a lackadaisical or a lazy effort to do something. I don't know. I don't feel a strong, necessarily nosy presence with this person, but just like a strong, like, wanting to be in your business kind of person. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I'm getting. You feel like he's up to something. Okay. I do too a little bit, but it's not like it's super strong. But I do feel like it's kind of having the, how would you put it? It's kind of having the coyotes guard the cattle kind of a situation where I would say we've talked about it before. As soon as he's gone, the better. But I would say that I do feel like if you feel like something's up, I would work towards trying to get out of that situation if possible. And it sounds like you're trying to, so you know. Does You're welcome, Angela. So, does that help answer the questions for you then? Okay, so, all right, awesome, awesome. Okay, so Saba, are you there? I know that was a little bit of a wait, but I really wanted to make sure we got Angela's questions answered for her, so. And by the way, Angela, that's on me that the wait was, not you. I tend to take my time with people, so I love that you've been helping me support. You've been helping to support the channel, Angela, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that immensely. You've been awesome, so thank you so much for your support. Saba, are you there? You don't have to type your question again. Just give me a yeah if you're here. Okay, perfect. Thank you, my friend. So, Saba, I'll. Your question's already up there, so I'll just. Or your questions are already up there, so. No, no, you're good. You're good. I see it right up here. Let me. Give me 1 second. Hi, Diana C. Thank you so much for coming on here. Um, but I think I'm going to be done for the night after I answer this question. But I appreciate you asking before you donate. That was very considerate. Okay, so Saba, you said, I want a reading on my ex. His name is Zubar. He is happily in a new relationship with someone else now. Okay, so your first question, Saba. Thank you, Diana C. I appreciate that. Sorry, I've been live for almost 5 hours, so I'm getting ready to vamonos here in a little bit. So the first question is he happily in a new relationship with someone else now? Is that correct? Is that your first question? Okay, perfect. Let's see what we can get for you. Is Zubar happily in a relationship with someone else? These are the True Love Tarot cards. That's what I'm using here, so that's why they look a little different. But let's see what we got here. So, is Zubar happily in a relationship with someone else now? So I got this card here. This is the Soulmates card, and this right here is probably not what you were wanting to see. I do feel like he's in another relationship. Or he's met someone and I feel like they're a pretty good match. It says the Soulmates card, so to me that's kind of a yeah, they're definitely in a they're either in another relationship or they're getting ready to possibly start another relationship with this other person. So I do feel like there's a connection that Zubar already has. Um, but your other questions, you had will he reconcile, right? Yes, possible. Okay, so let's look at will he reconcile. Okay, so another question, will he reconcile with you soon? Okay, so we're gonna do this. All right, so Saba, we're gonna go 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and a year from now for the reconcile. If I don't see anything there, then I will say at least for a year's time, I'm not seeing any reconciliation. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. Okay. Okay. So will he reconcile in 3 months? 6 months? 9 months? A year? Okay, so here's what I'm getting, Saba. So in 3 months, we have maturity in reverse. So it's not going to be in 3 months. In 6 months, we have the divine masculine in reverse. It's not going to be in 6 months. In 9 months, we have compatibility in reverse. It won't be in 9 months. And in a year's time, we have creativity in reverse. And so what I'm seeing here, Saba, and it's probably not what you want to hear, okay? At least for a year's time, I'm not seeing any reconciliation. That could be a possibility. I'm just looking at the year, if he would do it within a year. To me, though, it sounds like he's missing out on a good connection, regardless. Hold on 1 second, you guys. Okay. Sorry about that. But to me, it sounds like he's missing out on a good connection because I'm getting these cards here and I'm feeling like this person was, well, first off, when I get maturity and then I get the divine masculine in reverse, did this person appreciate you in the relationship, Saba, or did you always feel like something was kind of missing? Did they respect you? Did they treat you right? Because to me, it looks like you deserved better than what this person was giving you. But later he changed. There you go. Yeah, see, and that's what happens. In the beginnings of things, and then later on we see their true colors. He used to respect me and love me. Hold on 1 second, Saba. Hold on. So, and Saba, that had nothing to do with you. This person is someone that would have done that regardless. It sounds to me like this person is scared of commitment. They're scared of being with someone who's real and genuine, and they wanted to put the blame on you. By blocking you and not communicating with you, that made you feel like you did something wrong. You didn't. You did nothing wrong. This person just didn't know how to talk to you when it came to the real thing. And that's not fair that this kind of went on you in that way, because you should, I feel like you got a lot of love, you've got a lot of good energy to give in a relationship, and I don't feel like this person understood what that looked like. And especially if he canceled the marriage, if he did something like that, to me, we're looking at someone who doesn't know the value of the person that he was with. Okay, and that value is you. You are the value. You are the person that I feel like he's missing out big time. But there is a bright side. Okay, you saw his true colors before you got married. Think about that. You saw how this person was before you got married. This isn't after you're married. This was before. So you can think about it like this. You kind of dodged a bullet in a way. Because if this person was acting like this right until after the wedding night kind of a thing, and then they did this, that would be a lot worse situation, wouldn't it? I know that it's not a fun situation to go through. I'm not saying like be happy that it happened, but I am saying that I feel like it happened the way it did for a reason, because now you're not stuck in a relationship that could possibly be loveless or in a situation that wouldn't serve you, right? So I personally, Saba, I see that as a maybe not now. Maybe it's going to be hard for us to understand it now, but I see it as eventually being something you'd be grateful for. Even though right now it probably doesn't feel that way at all. But that's okay. Like, let yourself feel what you're feeling. Let yourself experience sadness or anger or whatever it happens to be. Let yourself fully feel all of your emotions. And eventually it won't hurt as bad. And eventually there could be even a new relationship on the horizon for you that would be something that's a much better match, you know? Does that make sense, Saba? First off, Saba, I want to say this, okay? He's not happy. It's not like this is think about the behavior that he did. Think about what he did to you, okay? Does that sound like a happy person? Does someone who abandons somebody else, does that seem like a happy person to you? I don't think you want to be anything like this person. If they broke your heart, they blocked you, they did all that, I feel like you feel genuine emotion, you feel something, but I don't think that person's happy. Sorry, maybe that sounds a little, maybe that's a little too much. Yeah, Saba, I'm sorry. I know, I know. I don't want you to think that's what happiness looks like. Happiness isn't people that abandon other people. Not like that, no. Happiness is building people up. Happiness is finding strength in the presence of others. You know, happiness is being that for people. Okay. When will you find true love in life and where? Okay. So, this is a question here that it's going to take time. I can do a little bit more of some card readings. I don't know about the where part. but I can look at when. I feel like we could maybe do something with that. Sorry, I'm just cleaning off my keyboard here for a second before I shuffle these cards. Okay, here we go. So now I'm going to do these true love cards, and I'm going to do 4 years. Okay, 4 years in advance. Well, you and a lot of other people that I read for deserve that, because people go through pretty awful situations in their life, and if I'm gonna lie to you, what's the point? What's the point of doing this? But thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. So let me see. So we'll do 4 years. Okay. Realize that as I'm doing this, I'm taking energy and I'm going forward in time with it. So what that means is that I'm taking your energy as it's progressing now, and I'm going forward in time. So these are subject to change because we're dealing with large frames of time. We're dealing with years instead of months. And I want to make sure that you know that before we do this. So let me keep shuffling. So we'll look at 4 years and see if I see anything coming up for a true love, as you say it, for a soulmate kind of relationship. So there's going to be some growing, there's going to be some healing involved with this connection. What I'm seeing right now, so for year 1, I get worthiness in reverse. So this year, this is the year we're on now. So year 1, this is going to be you finding what your worth is in the world. Maybe learning how to speak your mind, maybe learning how to say what's on your mind, right? And I feel like that's going to be difficult for you. Not because you don't have anything to say, but maybe because you were never encouraged to say it, right? And so there could be a disconnect there. I feel like you have a lot more power than you give yourself credit. Maybe it's where you live, or maybe it's different factors that come into play. But I do feel like you're a strong person. But maybe people want you to not be strong. Maybe people tell you that it's not good for you to be strong, but I don't see that. I feel like you have every right to be strong, to put on how do I put that? You have every right to be just as strong as anyone else. And you can let that strength look like whatever you want. But you have to express it. You have to express when things are making you upset. You have to express when you're feeling a certain way. Because I feel like maybe in the sound of society, other people talking, we've lost our own voice. We've kind of lost parts of ourselves, so to speak. So that's what I'm feeling is kind of going to be the lesson for this year, right? Does that kind of make sense, Saba? Hey, Barbara, I'm doing good. How are you? Yeah, I'm going to answer this question here, or these questions here, and then vámonos. I'm live Wednesdays and Fridays too, Barbara. You just got to come on maybe a couple hours earlier because it's 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time to 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So I'm live for about 5 hours. Okay. You too, Barbara. So, Shining, or Saba, you're wondering, you say, so basically you're saying, I will never meet Zabar in life with a question mark, is that right? Okay, okay. I will meet Zabar in life. I can shuffle and see there. Let me see what I get here. Let's see. Will Saba ever meet Zubar in her in their life? Saba ever meets Zubar in their life? In her. Oh, Liz, you're still there. I thought maybe you took off. So, Saba, I get the garden, and then I get the garden card, and then I get sexual freedom in reverse. So I do feel like it's not going to happen. Honestly, the way I'm feeling the cards, my thing that I would say for you, my friend, is let yourself mourn this loss of this connection. Let yourself feel everything you need to feel. Don't try to say you're having a good day when you're not. Don't let yourself feel everything that comes up. But yeah, I'm feeling like that connection, at least from what the cards are saying, from what I'm feeling that's gone, right? And I want you to know I think other connections will come along, but I feel like for now things are kind of gone, and I feel like you need to mourn the loss of this person as honestly as you can. And I know that's hard to ask. In a few months' time, maybe a little longer, maybe a little less. Right. And in a few months' time, like I said, maybe a little longer, maybe a little less, you'll see the connection for what it was, and you'll realize that it happened for a reason, and it was good that it happened. Again, right now, it probably hurts like hell, and I'm sorry that's what you're going through, but it won't always hurt. You're going to be able to move through this in an emotional way and free up some of that energy and that pain, and I feel like that's a huge gift. So, Saba, hopefully that helps you. Oh, Christine, you're back on. Yeah, thank you very much, Liz. I appreciate all the effort that you put into all of this. Hopefully that makes sense, you guys. Or Saba, hopefully that makes sense to you. I'm getting a little scattered here. Oh, we've been live for a minute. Oh, thank you, Liz. Absolutely. Support on Patreon would be immensely appreciated. Thank you very much, Liz, for posting that. You too, Christine. Everybody have a great night. And Liz, everybody, thank you so much again. I'll see you guys on Wednesday, hopefully. If not, then I will see you around some other time. But everyone take care. Be safe. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys later, okay?